We shall now observe the moment of silence for prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. Good morning, morning, honorable members. Let me greet the speaker. Let me also greet the premier, members of executive, the chief whip, the deputy chief whip, and the whippery. Let me also greet chair of chairs and the deputy chair of chairs, the leader of the opposition, and all honorable members. Thank you very much and good morning to you. We shall now go to item 2, motions without notice. I have 5 of them. Honorable Letwaba.
Motion without notice disturbing incident of drunk driving. I ask on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that during the month, a total of 32 drivers were arrested for drunken driving. This paints a very bad picture because it means that our roads are not safe at all due to drivers' behavior. If this behavior is not nipped in the bud by traffic law enforces, deaths and injuries on our roads will continue to soar. There must be zero tolerance to drivers who drive under the influence of alcohol. They must receive the harshest penalty to send a strong message to those who may want to behave the same way in the future. We cannot allow few ill-disciplined people in society to endanger the lives of innocent law-abiding citizens. The highest alcohol level recorded was 1.12 mg, 100 ml in the Mopani district. The breakdown of arrests per district is as follows. Mopani district, 15 arrests. Capricorn District, 7 arrests. Vembe District, 4 arrests. Waterberg District, 6 arrests. Sikukuni District, no arrests recorded. We call upon the traffic officer to continue arresting people who drive under the influence of alcohol without any fear or fear. They have our support. They must adopt a no-nonsense approach when dealing with these fellows who makes our roads dangerous to drive on. I so move.
Thank you very much. A seconder for a motion? Oh. Honorable MEC Makamu.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to second the motion, which shows that the ANC government is definitely working as is commended by the minister.
Thank you very much, MEC Makamu. May I call on Honorable Jack Smalley?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and good morning to the Premier, Executive members, and the House at large. Honorable Speaker, I know that the motion has been seconded by the MEC of Coxstar. The motion appears to be very good if you might have not listened to it in total. In the motion, the member is talking about drunken drivers, which we agree the statement is correct. But a member in the same statement talks about the roads that the ANC has built, which are not in order, which does not go tally with her own message. On those bases, Chair, while we acknowledge their acknowledgement of the work done by law enforcers, the issue of the road contaminated the motion. As a result, the motion is objected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I don't know if I've heard her correctly. She said our roads are not safe because of people who are driving under the influence. That's what she said exactly. Yes, I think she's not really blaming potholes or anything. She's actually saying because there are people who are drinking under influence, our people are not safe on the roads, and the traffic officers are doing a good job by arresting those ones that are driving under the influence. That was her motion. That's what I've heard. Unless if I've missed that, then we'll ask her to submit, ST will submit, and then we'll check it.
Chair, if that what you're saying is what she said, we will retract the objection, then we will wait for you to go and read the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Chief Whip. Honorable Smalley.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move that this House notes with pride the thousands of pupils across Limpopo and South Africa who have embarked on their 2025 matric exam, a crucial milestone in their academic journey. Acknowledges the challenges and disruptions that many learners face, including gang violence, bullying, and inadequate learning environments which undermine the ethos and spirits of a conducive learning environment. Express concern about the specific case of Caroline Taleb Kwalani, whose son is unable to perform optimally due to a lack of electricity at home caused by a burn electricity pay meter box. Recognizes the difficulties and hardships that our learners endure, often with remarkable resilience and determination. Extends its unwavering support to our learners and educators who work tirelessly to overcome these challenges and achieve academic excellence. Calls on the relevant authorities, one, to investigate and address the incidents of gang violence and bullying in our schools, provide adequate support and resources to ensure a conducive learning environment for all our learners, expedite the resolution of Caroline Taleb Kwalani's case, and ensure that her son received the necessary support to complete his exams. Reaffirms its commitment to promoting quality education and advocating for the rights and the well-being of learners in Limpopo and South Africa. I hereby move for the adoption of this motion. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smalley. A seconder for the motion. Honorable Willem.
Deputy Speaker, I stand to support the motion of the Honourable Smalley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I shall now call upon, I don't know if Chief Upi want to be the last. There are two other. There is Honorable Pokwani and Honorable Shai.
No, thanks, Presiding Officer. Greetings to you, Deputy Speaker, the Speaker, the Premier, the MECs, the Chief Whip, and the entire of his office, the office of the Chairperson of the Chairperson of Chairs, and the entire of the members of the legislature present in here. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC to welcome the announcement made by Statistics South Africa that the Limpopo province gross domestic product has outpaced the national average in 2024. According to a Stats South Africa report, Limpopo's real GDP grew by 0.9% in 2024, while the national GDP grew by 0.5%, which made it the fifth largest province by GDP per capita. It is also worth noting that Limpopo has recorded the most growth, outpacing affluent provinces like the Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. This, honorable members, is attributable to a surge in the property market and growth within the financial service sector. You will agree with me that this is largely possible because of the ANC government's endless efforts to create an inclusive economy where all citizens can draw value. I move, Honorable Speaker, and I move accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pokwana. A seconder for a motion. Honorable Mete.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise to second the motion as proposed by Honorable Pokan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I shall now move to Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the ANC in this August House to notify the people of our beautiful province of Limpopo to be alert of the spike of possible incidents of fraud and scamming as we draw towards the festive season. As most people will be embarking on their journeys to different destinations, scammers and bootleggers will be on the lookout for possible targets to rob them of their hard-earned monies. It is our view as the ANC in this August House that our people should be alert of such elements and always be careful. The high proliferation of artificial intelligence has swindled a lot of people out of their monies, and therefore, members of the public should be careful when interfacing with various internet platforms. Scammers will employ several methodologies to steal people's monies. And as the ANC in this August House, we are calling upon members of the public to be extra careful during this time. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shai. A seconder for a motion. Honorable Machoman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the motion as presented by Honorable Shai. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall now move to Honorable the Chief Whip, Tate Esop Mukhonyan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and good morning once again. Honorable Speaker, we have noted with utter repugnance the DA's disparate attempt to rubbish one of South Africa's most progressive policies in the form of the broad-based black economic empowerment, pronounced BBEE. In an attempt to grandstand for political expediency, the DA has announced some flimsy propositions towards the repealing of the BBEE. The DA, true to its character of hatred towards black people, sees the BBEE policy as a threat to white dominance. Hence, they want to reverse and block the advancement of black people towards the attainment of economic emancipation. Its shallow reasoning is that the BBEE policy has not totally empowered the majority of black people in this country, which is not true. It is disingenuous for the DA to argue that BBEE has not been beneficial to the people of South Africa because in their shallow minds, this is the only piece of legislation that will put black business in an equal footing with their white counterparts. They are advancing this obnoxious reasoning because in their small worlds, black people should not be at the same level with white bosses. The BBEE policy has greatly transformed the economic landscape of this country, and its biasness towards black people is an attempt to tilt the country's economic fortunes and build an equal society. It is well on course And the DA is acting out of fear of seeing black people being economically liberated. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. May I call upon the seconder? I think it's from the Whipari, Ntate Nkonyana. Oh, yeah.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkonyane. Now, Honorable Smart.
Honorable Speaker, we object to the motion. Thank you.
Can you just at least give reasons so that we can move to your support?
Chairperson, it's the first time that we've got to give reasons to the objections of the motion, but I will give a motion. I'll give an objections. Double B Triple E has created a 1 trillion rand investment pool to 100 specific individuals over the past years, and the Inclusives Bill provides opportunities for social partnerships with various public partnerships. I was just responding to the speaker. Thank you.
That's fine. Maybe before you do that, let's see. Any seconder for the objection? Okay. You're alone? Okay, thank you. Oh, no, it's fine. Yes. Yeah, I've seen they've objected. Chief Whip? Oh, I don't know. Also, it's fine. Chief Whip, then the Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, Deputy Speaker. Chair one, the reasons advanced are actually a debate about my motion, and my motion cannot be debated because it's not a statement, it's a motion. That's the first thing. Secondly, because that frivolous as it is, that objection has been seconded, can you please divide the House, Deputy Speaker?
Okay. Chair of Chairs, before I divide the House, you want to say something? I've seen your hand.
No. Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip says the motion is not for debate, but you allowed the Honorable Smale to speak. I think we should also address him and tell him we don't want frivolous issues here. What he's saying, it cannot be accounted anywhere else. Black people have benefited from BEE, and you know very well. So I'll take cue from what the Chief Whip is saying. I'll take a cue from what the Chief Whip is saying. Maybe we might want to have a debate in this House about the BEE so that we should be able to tell them what we have done as the African National Congress to improve our people's life. Thank you.
On a point of order, just on a point of
Advance his reasons. Honorable members, there is a motion that has been read by the Chief Whip and it has been rejected by the DA. We should now call upon those that are supporting the motion that has been raised by the Chief Whip.
No, just hang on. Honorable Speaker, if I may, on a point of order. Just within the rules, Chair. Honorable Speaker, if I apologize if I did not hear the Honorable Chief Whip. But normally, if you wanted to call for, for a division or for a vote on it, he would have asked. If I missed that, I apologize, but you can't call it. One of the members should then call for it. And my apologies if I did not hear.
You've missed that. They've called for the division of the House. Thank you. Those in support of the motion? The ones rejecting the motion? Okay. Thank you very much. The rejection falls off the motions is recorded. Can we then now go to notice of motion in terms of House Rule 146? I don't have any on my desk. Now we are going to member statements. I shall now call upon Honorable Molapo. He is not in the house. Honorable Baloi. Oh, okay, it's fine. You may come in. On behalf of all of them.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. The following is the member statement on Mudimule Mokopong. Honorable Speaker, very bad, EFF has noted very bad things that are happening in Mudimule Mokopong municipality under the Waterberg district. It should be noted by this House that the last ordinary council convened in this municipality was at the end of July 2025. The Speaker is no longer capable of convening council meetings because she convenes meetings and cancels them while councillors are on the way to attend. In some instances, meetings are cancelled. Councillors when councillors are already in the municipal premises, resulting in fruitless expenditures because councillors are going to claim the kilometers travelled. The council approved facilitation of loan from the bank, but the municipality went to the service provider doing business with them to loan the money. This Mashonisa company is not registered with National Credit Regulator to offer loan services in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. The municipality can only loan money from the registered bank. Furthermore, the acting municipal manager acted 3 months without concurrence from Coxstar. The mayor refused to write letters to Coxstar for concurrence because he wants to do things out of the municipality. Furthermore, the mayor cancelled the service debt of the municipality through some officials without approval of the council. It is also concerning that the mayor continues to interfere with the administration of the municipality. Honorable Speaker, these bad things continue to happen unabated because it is norm in this municipality not to do things by the book. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief Whip.
Okay, thanks very much, Deputy Speaker of the House, honorable members. I just rise, honorable Speaker, that the objective reality that obtains is that this is a member statement that must be read by the very same member. And I'll draw you to section 147 of the standing orders, which reads, which you have to confirm as the presiding officer. A member may give a notice of a motion on behalf of the absent member if he has been authorized in writing to do so by the absent member or by a whip of the member's party. You called upon Honorable Baloi to come and read the member statement, but I saw Honorable Magolo. I just wanted to check whether the party concerned has authorized the member to raise the very same motions that he has presided over.
Thank you very much. From my desk, I don't have a replacement. Maybe from the Whip, Chief Whip. because that should be through WIPAR.
Chair, we confirm as the WIPARI that we don't have such a request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Honorable Levo, are you standing in for the WIPAR today? For Honorable Mapole or can I come Honorable Ma?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to confirm that our disciplined member is actually authorized to communicate anything on behalf of the organization.
Thank you very much, Honorable Levo. You must hand over the authorization to the WIPAR. Thank you very much. We shall now call upon Honorable Smalley.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. During 2024, the Limpopo Department of Economic Development and Environment and Tourism, LEDET, made the decision to introduce approximately 16 Cape buffalo into Nels Vlei Nature Reserve. Several serious concerns have been identified, primarily relating to the conduct of the department in introducing buffalo into the reserve. These include the non-compliance with the purpose of the declaration, management criteria, and the management plans of the Nels Vlei Nature Reserve, inadequate in the permitting processes to introduce and keep buffalo on the reserve, the non-compliance with the norms and standards of the management of protected areas, the purpose of which Nels Vlei Nature Reserve was declared as set out in the Ramsar Convention on the wetlands documentation, and its management plans over the years includes conservation of rare wetland and its fauna flora, protecting more than 102 waterfowl species, including red listed species that rely on the wetland for breeding and feeding, conservation, and the endangering of roan antelope that depends on the floodplain, preserving rare, vulnerable, and endangered indigenous plant species, and ensuring public access to exceptional birdwatching opportunities in South Africa. Honorable MEC, the National Environment Management Protected Areas Act 57 of 2003 prescribes how protected areas must be governed. Section 41A requires that the management authority must manage the area exclusively for the purpose for which it was declared. The introduction of the Cape buffalo into Nels Vlei Nature Reserve is inconsistent with this requirement. Section 41B, Roman figure 2 to 4, further requires the compliance which sets relevant legislations and regulations. This includes the Animal Health Act 7 of 2002 and the Association of Animal Disease Regulations, which stipulates that no person may move or remove buffalo from one property to another without permits issued by the responsible state veterinarian and all relevant authorities. All land on which buffaloes are kept must also be registered with the National Director of Animal Health. Honorable MEC, will Nels Vlei Nature Reserve be used as a sanctuary for confiscated buffalo? Can the MEC guarantee that the buffalo are disease-free, particularly in the relation with foot and mouth disease? Did the department follow all legal requirements and register Nels Vlei Nature Reserve for the keeping of buffalo? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smalley. I shall now move to Honorable Gideon Livia.
Thank you very much, the Honorable the Deputy Speaker, and blessed morning to the August House. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress, the ANC, to express our concern regarding the ongoing delays and cancellation of flights affecting Category 7 air-drone airports in the Republic, including the Polokwane International Airport. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are making an appeal to government to expedite the process of acquiring approvals of the revised regulations from the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, ATNS. These regulations, which are critical for enabling pilots to land safely, during adverse weather conditions expired in August 2024, and the delay in issuing newer ones is having an adverse effect on air travel in the country. The absence of updated protocols has resulted in significant disruptions to flight operation, causing undue frustration and inconvenience to passengers traveling to various destinations across the country. And the Honorable Deputy Speaker, this situation doesn't require showy or self-promoting, egocentric, self-absorbent and pompous behavior in this regard. We therefore call upon the National Department of Transport as the custodians of the air traffic and navigation services to speed up the process of revising and implementing the necessary regulations without further delay. The Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the people of Limpopo and South Africa at large deserve a reliable and safe air transport. And I move accordingly, the Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Livia. I shall now call upon members of the executive to respond to the statements made by the members. I see Honorable MEC Baldwin Chiterek Matipe. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Premier and the House at large. Honorable Smale has given us these questions for written reply. I will implore to this Honorable House that we don't respond twice. We are going to respond in writing to the questions as you have put them as questions for reply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matipe. Do we have any other members of the executive? Honorable Makam?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Honorable House. I'm here to respond to the member statement in relation to Modimolle Mokgopong local municipality. Maybe the background of the municipality Modimolle Mokgopong, it's a municipality that was under the leadership of the DA with the help of the EFF. Just be patient enough, like I allowed, until such time that during the course of this term, we had an unfortunate situation. We lost a mayor there. And after that, both the people and the leadership of the DA and the EFF, they saw they are running down that municipality and agreed to hand it over to the African National Congress. That's why the councillors which are there, the ANC only have got 40, the DA, Freedom Front Plus, EFF combined, they have got 40. But as we speak now, we are busy correcting what I can call the mess which has been created by this relationship which was there. One of the issues is that it's the highest municipality which has got an ESCOM debt of over 700 million, which we could not necessarily be able to assist. We are busy assisting. To the loan that we are referring to, we even, and you said it right here, that we are doing the right thing, suspended the for having gone out and make a loan out of a service provider that is doing business with the municipality. So the ANC-led councillors, under the leadership of the mayor there, we are correcting the mess which was there. As for the acting without a concurrence, the has got the necessary qualifications, but it did not necessarily have the experience enough. But the municipality did not have any other person who will be able to be acting. But the person who is acting there is a qualified person who have got the necessary skills. It is true, the Coxstar MEC has written and advised the municipality on the lack of experience of the municipal man. But all these things are happening as we are trying to correct the mess of the unholy relationship that was there in that municipality. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Makamu. I think that is all on the response. I shall now call on the executive statements. I'm calling upon the MEC Nyamuope Mabunguru Ruri Ramakanya.
Thank you so much, Machironi. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and the Whipari, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable members of the Legislature, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education and members of the Portfolio Committee, ladies and gentlemen, Machironi. I stand before this House today to deliver a message of confidence and assurance. The Limpopo Department of Education is fully prepared and ready to administer the 2025 National Senior Certificate Examinations. Our readiness is the result of a deliberate and comprehensive strategy executed with precision. We have built on past success to ensure these examinations are conducted with the utmost integrity and efficiency. Our preparedness rests on 4 solid pillars. And on these 4 solid pillars, we have avoided, or I should put on record that in Limpopo, we do not have any cases of bullying. It is not happening in this province. The case that was happening in the National Senior Certificate was last week in the Western Cape. The issues of ESCOM have already been escalated to the Office of the Premier, which is areas in Mopani where they were affected by load reduction. Our pillar number 1 is that firstly, our personnel are ready. We have completed the rigorous standardized training of all invigilators and examination administrators. They are fully prepared to uphold the highest standard of examination, security, and fairness for every candidate. Secondly, our systems are secure. The entire logistic chain for the distribution and safekeeping of all question papers and answer books is fully operational and fortified. Our protocols guarantee zero compromise from the central depot to every examination desk. Thirdly, our oversight is active and vigilant. A dedicated team of monitors has been trained and is being deployed across the province. Their role is to provide real-time support and ensure compliance and swiftly address any irregularities. And finally, our learners are prepared and motivated. They have been supported throughout the year and approach this pivotal moment with focus and determination. We have immense confidence in their abilities. Honorable members, our confidence is well-founded, built on a consistent record of achievement and improvement. The excellence we celebrate of the National Teachers Awards winners continues to drive the quality teaching and learning in our classrooms, directly impacting learner preparedness. We have 3 educators who have come out number 1 nationally amongst their peers. At first, for the province, was the number 1 in mathematics FET, which affirms Limpopo's continued capacity to produce in that stream of teaching and learning. Secondly, our administrative engine is stronger than ever, powered by a motivated team that has secured an unqualified audit outcome after many years of toiling. This discipline in governance is the bedrock of a credible examination process. As we continue to build on the momentum from breaking the 7-year stagnation with a steadily increase on post-basket intake, this demonstrates our current grade 12s that their hard work opens doors to real and meaningful future opportunities. In conclusion, the foundation is laid, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The systems are tested,
our officials are trained, and our learners are ready. And we can confirm with the latest TALIS survey, it has also confirmed that the most caring teachers are in Limpopo. We call on our parents and communities to continue their vital support. We wish the class of 2025 the very best as they prepare to write their future. We are confident they will make our province proud. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Rururi Ramakanya. Item number 6, there is no reports that need tabling. Can we go to the orders of the day? I shall now call upon, Speaker.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think after executive statement, we need to allow if political parties have got any comments to it. Thank you.
My apology. I'll start with the EFF.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. We do salute the teachers of Limpopo and will remain proud with the work that they are doing under difficult circumstances. But we will further want to call upon, in particular, the MEC of Agriculture. Unfortunately, I can't see her. That in the near future, they must work together with the Department of Education in terms of attending or advising those whom they give animal support, that during this period, as learners go on camps, they need food. Such farmers must come on board, donate cattle, vegetables, and everything, because they are from different families, and some of them go there without food, and will continue supporting teachers and learners, and we are saying all the best to all grade 12s and everyone who's going to write. Salute.
Thank you very much. I shall now go to MKVA. Honorable Smali, are you now MKVA?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, not MKMVA, MK Party. No, Honorable Speaker, we don't have any comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The FF Plus just wants to congratulate or give congratulations to all the teachers, and we hope, wish the grade 12 learners success with the examinations that start, and we wish that everything will run fluently and that there will be no hold-ups with any exam papers or anything that might go wrong. But we thank you.
Honorable Smali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As in my member statement, we have acknowledged the hard work that is done in my motion earlier today. We have acknowledged the hard work that has been presented both by our educators and our learners across Limpopo province. But we, however, understand also the difficulties that a province like ours face within the education system, noting the serious infrastructure backlogs that our learners face, but they continue to rise. Especially our special needs learners across Limpopo province, that keeps making us proud, that keeps at the end of the year continue to take the best acknowledged prizes, and we acknowledge that for those commitment. But in our marking centers, we also note some of the concerns that were raised by the Department of Education last year in the 2024 cycle, that very few of our marking centers, actually under 10%, were actually monitored. And we asked the MEC to increase that monitoring system within our province, and that we, together with Amalusi, make sure that we uphold and that we can protect the standards at the end of the financial year going forward. At the end of the day, it's the future of our learners that we need to protect. It's the province's capability of producing those results that we need to protect and be able to stand by. And we stand by the class of 2024, but not just the class of 2024. All the learners from up to grade R, right up to grade 11 that needs our support. We tend to focus just on the latter part, but it's the other children that are in the beginning part that are struggling every day to get to school, to study, and together with those parents that also redo grade 12, redo grade 11. For any parent that sits here today who doesn't take up the academic class book is probably not a true parent, but there's a lot of parents that redo those classes together with those learners, and I want to thank those parents as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. UAT? There was an executive statement. I think I just saw you coming in now. Do you want to comment?
The HE has since abandoned that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that is because he just came back now. Because learners' future is our business, all of us. So
Thank you very much. The HE is not participating in this debate. Thank you very much.
okay. Baruti bana, rapella bana. Can we go to the ANC now? ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, we welcome the statement by the MEC and as the Limpopo legislature. Honorable MEC, we are not expecting anything less than 90%. But what we are simply saying is that we want to appreciate the work that you've been doing. We have seen you leading a team, traversing the whole province in ensuring that we prepare our learners to make sure that they are ready for this exam. So we want to take this opportunity and wish our learners, our class of 2025, all the best. And like I've already said, that we're expecting nothing than the best. Honorable Smale, next time you must just learn to say we take it from the 2024 class and we expect 2025 class to bring us nothing but the best, especially because you are part of the portfolio committee and you have seen the work that has been done by the Department of Education in ensuring that all our learners are ready for 2024. I want to thank all the teachers and the parents as they are helping their learners, led by teacher number 1, the Honorable MEC Mabungu Lorulu Ramakanya. With those words, I want to say we are expecting the best result and we will be praying, including the pastor from UAT, will be praying for our learners to make sure that they're going to get the best result as a province. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We shall now go to the orders of the day. We're now calling upon Honorable Bella Kupa Mabuza to come and deal with the adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development Committee.
Thank you very much, and greetings to you, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, our Premier, Chief Whip, our Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, and Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Whipari, and the member of Executive Committee, together with all members of this Parliament. I, Bella Kupa Mabuza, the Portfolio Chairperson on Agriculture, Rural Development, tabled the report for consideration adoption of 2024-2025 Annual Report, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabuza. I shall now call upon the seconder. Honorable Rakwali.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I stand to second the presentation by the chairperson of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rakwali. I shall now call upon the chairperson. Chairperson, thank you.
Hey. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yeah, the whipper is making other things, but I'm here for the consideration and adoption of the 2025-2026 first quarter report, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I shall now call upon the seconder. Oh, Honorable Nempumburuni.
Ndolivhuwa musi ndo takuwa u tikedza likumedzwa ḽe ḽa swikiswa kha ino nnḓu i ṱhonifhiwaho nga vho chairperson vha komiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You may go back to your seat. We are going to the debates. You will come and do other thing now. Let me call upon Honorable Mnisi Gloria Zunisani.
I'm not sure if it's working. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Grace Makoma Makrupeje, Honorable Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, the Chief Whip, Honorable Mohonyane Esop, and Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Rogers Munama, and the entire whippery. Chairperson of committees, Honorable Thabo Mngoni, and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Hassani Pitangowen, Leader of Government Business, Honorable Baskop Makamu, members of the Executive Council, leaders of the opposition parties, honorable members of this august House, barring no one, good morning, Ishewetile, Ndimacheron, Khuyemore. Honorable Speaker, it is an honor for me to rise before this august House for consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 annual report and 2025-2026 first quarter report. But firstly, I just want to say the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development welcomes with relish the appointment of a woman HOD, Mempo Mashamba, in the department. I hold a firm belief in the words of Margaret Thatcher, open quotes, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman, close quote. Well done, Honorable MEC and the Premier, for this achievement. George Washington said, open quote, agriculture is the most helpful, most useful, and noble employment of men, close quote. You are not farmers yourselves, but it is the responsibility of the department to make the environment conducive to do farming in the province. In any life, Honorable Speaker, in any building, Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, in any race chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Kupa Mabuza, in all endeavors, honorable members, how you begin, it's a very important component of your finishing, if not dependent on it. The first quarter performance is a foundation of the annual performance. Therefore, it needs to be treated as important as quarter four, just as important the foundation of a house is. With ample experience drawn from the previous financial year, with new commitment, new energy, new head of the department, and more hard work. Honorable Speaker, let me take this afforded opportunity and reflect on 2024-2025 annual report in summary. Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development have performed excellently well for the year under review. The Portfolio Committee commends this achievement. Of the 8 programs that the department had to implement, 6 programs had achieved 100%, while only 2 programs achieved 95% and 89% respectively. The African National Congress appreciates the performance of its deployees and the administration of this sterling work. It should be noted that some programs recorded minor under expenditures and deviations due to factors such as contractor performances, scope changes, and unavoidable challenges such as climate conditions. The financial performance of the department for 2024-2025 financial year stand at 98.7% of its total budget of 1.8 billion. The appreciation of the good work done by the department should not create complacence on their part, because the expectation for 2025-2026 is 100% performance, and we are convinced that it is doable. We cannot afford underspending on the most critical program, popularly known as Farmer Support Program. Firstly, it takes almost 50% of the total budget, mainly to offer much needed support to emerging and commercial farmers. Honorable Speaker, the strategic focus of this department is food security, economic growth, and job creation through sustainable agricultural development. We therefore dare not to fail due to underspending. The ruling party did not only promise job creation through its manifesto, but the African National Congress is resolute in making it a reality through a program like Farmer Support. The focus to this program is not just wishful gesture, but a revolutionary program that seeks to intervene into farmers' challenges so that they can thrive and create much needed jobs and food. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee have noted some of the challenges that confront farmers in this province, which are lack of transport, free market access, inadequate infrastructure, and skills gaps, and many more. And therefore, the Portfolio Committee implored the MEC to use every available cent to address these challenges, which means we do not expect any cent to go back. We need all the money to address the challenges of our farmers so that they can continue to produce food and create the jobs that we need for our youth. Honorable Speaker and the House, the Auditor General of South Africa has expressed an opinion on the performance of the department for the year 2024-2025 and the audit opinion is stagnant on the unqualified audit opinion. As we commend the audit opinion, most importantly, we do so because it did not regress, but we urge the department to address the issues or weaknesses raised in the audit report as well as the management report so that the department can move to clean audit. The AG is very clear. There is improvement on financial statement, which pleases us, but the outcomes on the predetermined objectives for scope programs remain stagnant on reliability of performance information, which is caused by lack of conscious review and quality assurance by the management. Honorable MEC Nakedi Sibanda, during her 2025 budget speech, this is a reminder, she has committed and said, open quote, we will put our hands on deck to implement SCOPA and portfolio committee resolution, the internal audit and action plan in order to attain the clean audit, moving from stagnant unqualified audit opinion, close quote. The assertion of the Honorable MEC is complemented by the aspiration of the Portfolio Committee, which also validates the fact that the department has been stagnant on unqualified audit opinion for many years. What we need now is a change, and that is clean audit. Achievement of clean audit is not a rocket science. Honorable Speaker, 2025-2026 first quarter performance of the department, it's not speaking the same language with the MEC speech. It is a point of concern for the Portfolio Committee. We would then like to request the MEC to reflect on the matter of underachievement in the first quarter and come up with a catch-up plan which is realistic, tangible, to make sure that the situation speaks to the commitment. The department must maintain strong monitoring and evaluation mechanism to safeguard financial performance norms and standards and cap the signs that might impede achievement of clean audit, more especially in veterinary services, on animal health, as well as technical support services. Program 3 has become a problem child for the department. And in the first quarter, it was joined by Program 6 and 7. Honorable Speaker, allow me to use this opportunity to appreciate our chairperson, Honorable Bella Kupa-Mabuza, for the sterling leadership and the energy and commitment which is motivating to all of us. As I gravitate towards conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to say a prayer in agriculture. Open quote. We pray for those who grow, prepare, and distribute the food we eat. As they try to achieve the impossible, grant to them a sense of their part in the poise and balance of all life. May they be vigilant for our safety and for the quality of what they produce. Unknown author. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development supports the consideration and adoption of 2024-2025 annual report as well as 2025-2026 first quarter report to be the report of this August House. I thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and I gave you some minutes.
Very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mnisi Kenta. I shall now call upon Honorable Velile Cyril Jack.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, and honorable members in the House. And my special greetings to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Bella Mabuza Kupa. And greetings to the leader of NK Party in the Kalari, Comrade Ngobeni. And our esteemed guests and fellow citizens, greetings. The theft of land and mineral resources is the root cause of poverty and unemployment. In the seventh administration, as the Premier always says, Zati izinto zizojika. We hope in the seventh administration's Honorable Premier, things really changes. Things should turn around. Agriculture in schools has long been praised, yet there are still no agricultural activities in the majority of schools in the province. The department needs to integrate with the Department of Education to initiate this issue, as well as provide an update on the migration of Machiwandila and the Tompiselika agricultural colleges to the Department of Higher Education to help enhance the impact of agricultural studies and activities, equally enhancing the interest in agriculture for young people. The interest of agriculture is escalating and it's promising on food security. However, we need the department to host seminars for emerging farmers like Cynthia, the potato farmer from Bochum, who is doing it all by herself. The seminars will only empower them, but will assist in providing marketing strategies to improve domestic and export market access for all farmers. On the key projects that the department is supposed to focus on, it seems they are failing to resuscitate the Lower Homo abattoir and the Petiela citrus. These projects are necessary for job creation and economic development. We need them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Veli. Lately, you've spared us 4 minutes. We shall now call upon Honorable Sebotuma Matsubane Jump.
I'm in full flight. And Deputy Speaker, most of the time I give this House 5 minutes today. If possible, I will want it back because I've prepared very long speech. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, Khoso Africa. Also, Africa. We rise today not only to consider department resolutions, but to take the measures of Africa's transformation in the sacred fields and rural heartlands that sustain our people. Today, we speak with the voice of the Pan-African dignity, drawing strength from the spirit of Ubuntu and the inexhaustible hope of the African child. As members of the United African Transformation, we see agriculture not merely as a commerce, but as the living core of African sovereignty. The land beneath our feet is the cradle of our dignity, the seed in our hands, the promise of Africa's future. Our rural communities must stand empowered, never dependent, forever resilient. Honorable Deputy Speaker, We affirm the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the progress achieved in line with the will of the House. The revival of the Makgoba Tea Estate under community ownership is more than economic renewal. It is Ubuntu realized, creating work and wealth for the many, not the few. The Mariveni Citrus Cooperative, led by 23 visionary local farmers, now export to Japan, Europe, and India, a proud Pan-Africanist triumph rooted in community excellence. Also, we should do export on African continental free trade agreement, uphold the vision of our leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, and Muammar Gaddafi of the United States of Africa. We observe with satisfaction the disciplined use of legima. However, we vehemently condemn the spearheading EPWP. Our state is more than necessary to cater our people for permanent opportunities as opposed to this new liberal protocol and land care grants, all fully utilized after years of a struggle. Most importantly, the inclusion of 706 small-scale farmers, 536 of them women, honors the African women as a true cultivator of our continent's food security. These victories are Ubuntu in motion. When one community rises, all are elevated. Yet, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must speak with candor. Not all fields have flourished. The Lobahomu Abacho, once promised as an economic anchor, remains unfinished, an emblem of lost hope for local poultry farmers. The Sebedela Citrus Master Plan is visionary, but still bound by the red tape, awaiting strategic partners that never arrive. Our agricultural colleges, Tompisleka and Mazivandela, remain in bureaucratic limbo. Their migration to higher education delayed, and with it, the dreams of young African agriculturalists. Persistent audit findings remind us that accountability is not a luxury, but a duty. When drought, flood, and pestilence strike, too often our farmers are left waiting for relief. As provincial treasury lacks a dedicated contingency fund for agricultural disasters. This is not only a systematic shortfall, it is a failure of empathy. Ubuntu teaches us to feel as the people feel and to act with compassion and agency when the land cries out. The Pan-African road forward. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Would like to understand if the member is willing to take a question.
No.
Thank you, Honorable Subotuma. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we affirm the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the progress achieved in line. What's that now? I'm sorry. Yeah, I should be concluding. Yeah. We call upon this House to champion a Pan-Africanist agricultural vision where Limpopo joins hands with other provinces and SADC states, forging cross-border value chains in citrus, tea, and livestock. We call upon this House further to institute an Ubuntu accountability framework, measuring officials not by paperwork, but by their human impact, jobs created, youth empowerment, and communities uplifted. We call upon this House to establish a provincial government resilience fund so that when disaster visits, farmers are not beggars, but partners in economy. We call upon this House to accelerate the migration of Tompisilika and Mazivandila, transforming them into beacons of agriculture, African agricultural excellence under higher education, producing Thai scientists, thinkers, and innovators. We call upon this House to restore CPAs and land reform projects, ensuring that land is not only retained, but managed democratically and productively by communities themselves. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, transformation must be more than a report. It must live in the hands of our people, every smallholder, every youth who tills the soil, every woman who leads a cooperative. Let our policies embody Ubuntu. I am because we are. Let agriculture be our liberation. Let Limpopo not only feed itself, but nourish Africa. United African transformation, advancing the Pan-African agricultural birth, which Ubuntu and accountability as our core. Kanima.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subutuma. I shall now call upon Honorable Moss.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, esteemed members of the Executive Council, leaders of opposition parties, and members of this House and guests. The Freedom Front Plus has considered the 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Behind the polished numbers lies a pattern of underperformance masked by technical compliance. The department spent 1.788 billion of a 1.8 billion, a 98.7 expenditure rate, and claims 90% target achievement. Yet for 5 consecutive years, the audit outcome remains merely unqualified, not clean. That means the figures adds up, but the evidence does not. The AG again identified material misstatements in Program 3, the very program meant to support producers. While the department's information system still cannot reliably track, verify, and report results, that is not progress, it's stagnation. Honourable Speaker, an unqualified audit without clean governance is not a success. It's an alarm bell. The department must stop celebrating the absence of disqualifications and start pursuing integrity in reporting. We are equally concerned about the 38 million underspent in CASP. These funds should have trained graduates, provided inputs, and support post-settlement projects. They did not reach the ground. The excuses are familiar: slow procurement, non-performing service providers, and endless rollovers. While farmers face drought, pests, and rising costs with no relief, every unspent rand is a failed promise and a missed opportunity for food security. There are 55 incomplete infrastructure projects, some carried over from prior years. Oversight requires accountability. Each project needs a completion date and a responsible official. Limpopo cannot keep tolerating half-finished buildings and perpetual extensions while service delivery lies only in progress reports. The AG also cites weak internal controls, unreliable performance data, and inadequate consequence management. These are not minor administrative issues. They are failures of leadership. The department must also account for the SIU inquiries into CASP irregularities. Findings cannot be buried. They must lead to disciplinary action and financial recovery. Honourable Speaker, agriculture in Limpopo cannot survive on good intentions and recycled explanations. Farmers need delivery, not declarations. Reports that sound successful while the ground reality does not change are not service delivery. They are misrepresentation. Agriculture is not about reports and workshops. It's about the farmer, the field, and the future of food security in this province. Let us also be clear. Agricultural jobs are vital to Limpopo's rural livelihoods. Even if the sector's GDP shares appears modest, there is where family earns skills are built, and communities are anchored. Agriculture remains pivotal to our rural development. Turning to the 25-26 financial first quarter report, the picture repeats. This department spent 411 million, only 21.5% of the annual budget. leaving 78.5% untouched, while farmers contend with drought, pest, and input shortages. The department itself attributes expenditure in goods and services and capital assets to slow procurement, weak contract management, and failing service providers. The Red Meat Support Program reached 1,075 of the 1,662 targeted farmers because feed deliveries were delayed by a supplier. How many more reports must carry the same excuse before there are consequences? These are not statistics. These are farmers who did not receive the promised support. Mentorship sessions were postponed because mentors were unavailable. Graduates resigned due to the absence of a retention strategy. This is not how you build capacity in a province that depends on it. Planning inconsistencies are equally troubling. The department reports achievements not scheduled for Q1. 759 farmers assisted through disaster relief and 42 research presentations. Either planning is inaccurate or reporting is opportunistic. We need clarity. Are these genuine early deliveries backed by profiling or a reshuffling of numbers to create an appearance of success? To S&L Sons farm vandalism incident, allegedly involving a beneficiary's family member, raises further questions about how the state-assisted projects are monitored. These are public investments, and the department must ensure that our funded project is protected, productive, and properly managed. Yes, veterinary service worked hard on disease control. Over 1,700 diseases samples collected and dipping sessions more than doubled. But success in one corner does not excuse complacency elsewhere. In many areas, broken or absent fencing still compromises the red line disease control zones, an ongoing and serious risk. The department's habit of rolling over projects, underspending on capital, and blaming service providers has to end. Honourable Speaker, agriculture is not about quarterly target or PowerPoint slides. It's about livelihoods. Farmers who feed and employ thousands in this province. Until this department delivers on time to specification, the people of Limpopo will keep receiving promises on papers instead of action in the field. The Freedom Front Plus will continue to expose inefficiency, demand accountability, and insist that public funds serve the people for whom they are intended. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moss. I shall now call upon Honorable Helm Marie.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Premier, in her absence. She was here just now, so I also greet her this morning. I would like to greet all our MECs. Thank you very much for being here. I know you are very busy, but it's always good for us to see you here. Also for our chairperson of your committee, thank you very much for your leadership. It's very good to be in this committee. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the GDP for Limpopo in the second quarter of 2025 is promising a 0.9. Now that seems very low, but if we look at the rest of the country, we have really achieved something. But the main contributors are finance, personal services, and utility sector. It is very concerning that there are many challenges faced by the three of the province's main economic drivers, which is mining, tourism, and agriculture. We all know that 0.9 GDP is hardly enough to get our province out of the lack of economic growth and the morass of unemployment, poverty, and inequality it finds itself in. One thing is actually for sure. For Limpopo to succeed, agriculture must succeed. The question I ask is the department succeeding, and what impact is this department making? Deputy Speaker, the department has maintained an unqualified audit opinion for the 5 consecutive years, which on the surface reflects basic financial control. In reality, this also reflects institutional stagnation. The department's failure to progress to a clean audit underscores deep-rooted internal control deficiency and persistent weaknesses in performance reporting. Material findings in Program 3, which is producer support, again points to unreliable data, poor evidence management, and weak performance monitoring, a direct contravention of public service regulations. The absence of integrated performance information systems represent a structural governance failure that places the department at risk of audit regression. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the department reports a 98.7 budget expenditure and 104.6 revenue collection for the annual statements, largely from asset disposal. While superficially impressive, these figures mask serious implementation failures. The underspending of 38 million in CASP, which only spent 85.8%, reveals not prudent management but planning deficiencies, weak execution capacity, and chronic service provider underperformance. And I think we all can agree, service provider underperformance is a really serious threat for all departments in this province. Deferrals of training, procurement delays, and failure to manage key supplier point of system project management breakdowns, not isolating administrative hiccups. High expenditure does not equal effective service delivery. We see relatively good spending, but without effective delivery. Deputy Speaker, while the department spent 87% of its infrastructure budget with 56 projects completed, 45 remain unfinished. Persistent contractor delay, maintenance backlogs, and budget rollovers are evidence of poor infrastructure delivery planning. More troubling is the theft of 102.68 million in IT assets, which exposes critical internal control and asset management failures. The inability to safeguard basic infrastructure reflects an environment with weak accountability and control discipline. We are witness a bottleneck in delivery and failures in control. Program 3, the largest budget line, remains plagued by underspending and reporting irregularities, reflecting ineffective governance. And then the star of our province, veterinary services and research are the exception. I know it's not perfect, but achieving high outputs despite resource constraints, demonstrating that pockets of operational excellence exist, but they are not systemic. And may I just also say that this department, this specific department, so far we do not have an outbreak of foot and mouth disease for the past few years. And it's this pocket of excellence that make that possible. Rural development continues to be chronically underfunded related to its strategic importance for land reform and communal agriculture. Speaker, structural constraints remain entrenched. Rising input costs and deteriorating infrastructure erodes delivery capacity. Poor communal resource management, weak restitution and land reform coordination, and limited market access undermine economic impact. Disputes in CPA committees are legendary, and it seems that there is no solution in sight, which in effect they can really become part of the driver of economic growth through agricultural projects. Recurring irregular expenditure, 78.5 million, shows compliance failures remain embedded despite years of scrutiny. What we see are systematic challenges and structural weaknesses that continue to exist. Speaker, as the DA, we see high reported achievements but little transformation, growth or productivity, only the same people receiving support over and over again. It was alleged that one farmer can receive funds in his or her name, but also siblings and children receiving funding, all for the same family entity, while other people around do not get anything. For some time, we have requested a list of all those who receive funding for each of the available programs. We need to empower as many farmers as possible and must move away from supporting a select few. We see CASP and infrastructure programs suffer from weak planning, monitoring, and operational fragmentation, pointing to weak institutional capacity. We see repeated audit findings in SIU probes, which point to chronic failures in accountability and consequence management. We see that beneath the veneer of stability lies a failing governance system. We see a department that spends, reports, and complies, but fails to deliver real transformation and development. And sadly, we see little to no assistance rendered to our successful and trailblazing food producing, food securing, exporting, and employing commercial farming sector. Serious challenges that the department fails to address, and this is really important, are stock and produce theft, but also equipment theft. Support that does not give farmers a market advantage, such as fixed time for plowing support. So a farmer that would like to ask the department to please come and assist me to plow the land in October are not assisted. Those farmers who have the land and water who want to plant earlier are refused support because the department only supplied tractors at certain fixed times. The first quarter is the first quarter for the 7th administration. Initiatives to show that the 7th administration is different is not forthcoming. During this quarter, the department of a total of 411 million or 21.5% of the total budget is spent. That is too low. It is critical that the department up its budget performance of sustainable resources use and management, which was now 21, as well as agricultural produce support and development, which is now 22.2. Budget performance of agricultural economic services is at a very low of 16.4%, and rural development not much better at 18%. Again, we have to commend veterinarian services and their hard work to keep foot and mouth disease out of our province. And we have done oversight. A job well done under immense difficult conditions. And we all remember that day how very hot it was, and they still do their job well. So I would like to thank them for their support. The department achieved 42 out of 46 targets at 91.3%. Only 2 programs didn't achieve 100%. That is good, but I think the department must up this game. If the department can up in the program of agricultural producer support and development as well as agricultural economic services, the second quarter can promise a very good result. The DA want to congratulate the department on building of 12 animal handling crash bins. This is vital equipment for livestock farmers. So on their behalf, I would like to say thank you. By providing practical support to farmers, we can assist to improve the livelihoods of people. One farmer normally have a very big influence on his or her community. Let us focus on making things better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Helm. I shall now call upon Honorable Malemela Dumisani. He's not in the house. Chief Whip.
Chair, I thought you would have allowed him to go to the podium so that we... Oh, yeah. No, I wanted him to get to the podium first before I raise my point, Deputy Speaker. Because we can't remove him when he's there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we will again refer to rule our orders, standing rules and orders of this House, because it's very important because this rule is made, Deputy Speaker, to control and manage attendance to sittings of this House. And if left unimplemented like we like to do, it will defeat its purpose. I will read it again, but the Deputy Chief Whip had read it before. It says, it's Rule 112, acting for an absent member. A member may take charge of a motion or, and I repeat, or an order of the day in the absence of the member in charge, if she or she has been authorized in writing to do so by the absent member or by a whip of that member's party. Unless, if Deputy Speaker, we have got that authorization in writing, you would then allow the honorable member to proceed with the debate. If not, allow the member on the podium to come and sit with us here. These seats are very nice. Thank you very much.
Very nice.
Thank you very much. The notice that I have here, it's not from the member that was supposed to debate. It's a note from the honorable member that is replacing the one that was supposed to debate. So these are the two notes that I got of replacing Honorable Mohwana and Honorable Malemela, but they are coming to me by the ones that are replacing those honorable members, not by the chief, not by the whip or or those members that are not in the house. So I unfortunately, Honorable Magulo, we have to follow the rules. Thank you very much. I shall now go to Honorable Lebo.
Deputy Speaker, we are noting the rule as articulated here, and that does not, I doubt if that nullifies the position that in our caucus, we resolved that those who are here are going to communicate like this. And we note perhaps the error which might have occurred that your office was not informed in line with what is stipulated. However, it will be injustice to the people of Limpopo to be denied what the EFF wants to say here, because we are here and we did not mandate ourselves. We have been mandated by the organization, hence we have this official organizational documents. And any other issue will alert our WIPARI to then interact better with the situation in the near future. However, it will be wrong for us to live here as if we came here as spectators. We have full speaking rights as members who are designated by the organization, and you can, after this sitting, check with the organization if they did not deploy us. However, allow us to speak. Thank you.
I saw your hand. Oh no, it's fine if you don't want to talk. Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip before. Oh no, let Deputy Chief Whip, let Honorable Small to come in, and then you will come, and then we'll conclude on this matter.
Honourable Chairperson, the Programming Committee is responsible for the orders of the House in a setting like this. And as much as I hear the sentiments of the Honourable Member, we have got to follow the rules. And even when we want to do motions and statements and we put speakers list before the House, we inform the speakership and the whippery of those people beforehand. And even if there's an apology by a member that is not here today, we even inform the speakers before of that. And you made a ruling, and I would appreciate that we stay with the rules, because once we start deviating from the rules, we are going to have an unorderly session here. And as long as we treat all members equally and all parties equally, and so be it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think to some extent I'm extensively covered, but I think the decorum of the House also allows them to make the necessary submissions. It's not like we're depriving them the opportunity. There are some established protocols that has to be adhered to. So we can't bend the rules because of their negligence or their absence in the House. That's our submission.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Lebo, I didn't want to be the bad one. But unfortunately, we have to adhere to the rules. So I wanted the Honorable Small and Deputy Chief Whip to remind you about us adhering to the rules, because we cannot change that now. Thank you very much. Can we then go to the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Bella Kopa Mabuza Dongala Mavuso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Chief Whip, the Member of Whipari, the Executive Committee members, the honorable members, and my acting MEC. I would like to say good morning. Madam Speaker, allow me to address this August House today for the purpose of consideration and adoption of 2024-2025 annual report and 2025-2026 first quarter report for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Madam Speaker, the governing party in our province, the African National Congress Agricultural Policy, in particular on the core pillars of the policy, it has set out land reform, which the aim is to redistribute it to Black South Africans. And again, agriculture and agro-processing master plan, which focuses on growing an inclusive and competitive agricultural economy. Support for smallholder farmers, mainly to fight poverty by promoting household food security and boost the rural employment. Economic growth and food security, where agriculture should be recognized as one of the potential drivers for the economic activity that can contribute massively to job creation and ensure the food security to the nation. The last one is infrastructure development, with the focus to improve infrastructure like mainly facilities to the farmers, providing access to inputs such as soil analysis and fertilizer, particularly for small-scale farmers. Madam Speaker, honorable members, the applicability of these core pillars, as alluded above, are found almost everywhere in our government today. Maybe just to cite one example in our province. For instance, the departmental program 3 that account on agricultural producer support and development response to a core pillar that addresses the support to small-scale farmers. The relationship between the policy and how our government should respond to them is mutual and collaborative. Madam Speaker, in ANC Today of the 14th to 20th of March 2025, there is an article under agriculture is a vital part of our growth story. It was written by the ANC President, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. He mentioned something interesting on international market access and job creation in the sector. He said, open quote, according to the data from the Agribiz, last year South Africa's agricultural export reached a record of $13 billion. These agricultural exports are devised with 44% of these products export to other African countries, 21% to Asia and Middle East, 19% to European Union, and 6% to the American close coast. And he further pointed out that the sector is the major source of employment. By the end of 2024, approximately 924,000 people worked directly in agriculture and over 200,000 worked elsewhere in agriculture value chain. Madam Speaker, that relates to the work that we are confronted with. It shows that we are on track. We request the executive authority from time to time to encourage the administration to pull more harder in their responsibility in order to work hard and be part of the transformation for the sector and support the farmers for the total realization of food security as well as creation of jobs. The 2024-25 annual report reflects the performance of the program, either overachieved or underachieved, being measured by the departmental targets. In the areas where we achieve moderately against the target, we commend and applaud wholeheartedly. We even say, keep up the good work. On areas where we underachieve and overachieved, even though we know for sure that There are explanations on why factors such as climatic conditions and the underperformance of contractors will emerge, as well as disaster responses. Underachievement is synonym to underspending, and overachievement with overspending. So the picture will affect the goal for achieving a clean audit. Madam Speaker, as alluded above, it seems CAPS grant, which is the largest conditional grant, was the primary contributor to the underspending. They managed to utilize the 85% of 272 million, leaving 38 million, and it further explained that the underspending was a result of the postponement of the training for the unemployed graduate to the 2025-2026 financial year. We use CAPS as an example. Of course, there are other factors which the department is quite aware. Going into the next financial year, we urge the leadership, in particular the management, to prioritize and act on it. On capital projects, the department have invested 130 million on infrastructure projects during the financial year under review. A total of 52 projects were completed across the district, while 55 are still ongoing. The focus area of the project are mainly on irrigation, livestock, infrastructure, college upgrades, veterinary labs, and district offices. Without necessarily mentioning all the projects, those that are still lagging behind, it is reported that they are going to be completed in the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, in responding also to Honorable Jack with regard to our colleges, the migration of colleges is still underway, spearheaded by National Department of Agriculture. The delays was as a result of policy framework and institutional arrangements. They were still awaiting for finalization of government policy and regulatory framework of how colleges will be managed when they are transferred to Department of Higher Education. And I hope and I know that because they are always attending the meetings, they have that report. A portfolio committee has recommended to the department to establish an infrastructure project management, until which it will create a centralized unit with technical experts to oversee planning, procurement, and the execution of capital projects to address chronic underspending and contractor delays. On the Auditor General, the department has been stagnant for 5 years on unqualified audit opinion. In all those years, recommendations have been put forward to assist the department on how they can resolve them. In this financial year under review, there are some improvements, but equally there are some areas that are regressing. The department should champion a clean audit culture. The accounting officer should lead a monthly clean audit steering committee to enforce compliance, address audit findings preemptively, look into resolution, tracking, and instill accountability across all management levels. Madam Speaker, the 2025-26 first quarter report is indicating some elements of overachievement and underachievement as attributed by the challenges in different areas of the programs. The underspending and overspending factors rises their heads once again, which in turn they will perpetuate the stagnation or even the regression of the audit opinion if the accounting officer delays to confront them as they show a sign of emerging again. One of the examples that have caused the underspending is the delays of the red meat support. The possible move should be that the department must enforce contractual penalties and immediately initiate processes to source a reliable and alternative service provider. Madam Speaker, like the President of the Republic, His Excellency Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, has indicated on international market access and the potential of the sector towards the creation of jobs, it is evident that through CAPS and farmer support program, where smallholder farmers together with the commercial farmers, many jobs can be created in our beloved province. Madam Speaker, we request the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to arrange a summit of all emerging farmers in our province before the end of this financial year, mainly to have a session that we believe it will recharge and empower them. We also wanted the department to invite the stakeholders and entities like the ESCOM for the farmers to energize their boreholes because they are struggling with the energy. The subs for safety purposes, Department of Water and Sanitation for water rights purposes, because all farmers, when you ask them about what the water rights they don't have, and we think the department will also assist them in that regard, and also the Department of Rural Development for land. We are certain that out of that summit, many issues will be resolved and our farmers will double their efforts, like President Matamla Ramaphosa has said, open quote, agriculture is a vital part of our growth story, close quote, and ke a leboga, Honorable Speaker.
Ra leboha, Honorable Mabuza Bella. Honorable members, we are going to allow the MEC to respond after all the debates. So, Honorable Chairperson, you are coming back to 7.3. After all these debates of agriculture, the acting MEC membership will come in and respond. So you will come back and do the consideration on the reports. Honorable Mabuza, Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you once again, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I wanted to come back, but somebody misled me that that's not my doing is chair of chairs who are misled. But let me thank Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, and the Whip Harry. I'm Bella Kupa Mabuza, the Chairperson of Portfolio on Agriculture and Rural Development Committee. I'm here for the consideration and adoption of the report of oversight visit to Mariski Agriculture Academy on 4 June 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the seconder, Honorable Sibopela.
Ke a leboga, Deputy Speaker, ke ema go thekga pego ya oversight visit to Marinsky Academy.
Re a leboha, Mme Sibopela from the Wipari, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm here for the consideration and adoption of the oversight visit to Chilavusigu Secondary Cooperative Farming in Vembe District on the 28th April 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm now calling upon the seconder, Honorable Mukaba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ke thakga se se bolelang ke Honorable Bella ka ge le nna ke be ke le fao. Ke bohlatse ba nnete ba go fa.
Ke a leboga, Mme Mokaba, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Here for the consideration and adoption of the report of oversight visit to Kopano Disabled Drip and Taflukop Farmers Association in Sekhukhune District on the 18th of June 2026. Thank you.
2025. Thank you, Chairperson. Seconder, Honorable Sibopela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand once again to second the adoption of the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
I'm here again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the consideration and adoption of the report on oversight visit to Dimani Agricultural High School Government Assisted Chicken House Project in Vembe District. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As seconder, I see the hand of Honorable Munisi.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I stand to second the report that has been presented on oversight for Dimani High School by the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munisi, Chairperson.
Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I'm here for the consideration and adoption of the report of oversight visit to Ralichani and Nkukem project in Blowback Local Municipality on the 23rd of July 2025, and thank you.
Then I see the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Ke be ke se fao mara. On behalf of the ANC, I support the Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. We shall now go to the debates. I am now calling upon Honorable Hassani Ngobeni Peter, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, to come and open the debates.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupeja, Honorable Premier, the Deputy Chief Whip, and members of the Whipari, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Thabo Mkoni, esteemed members of the Executive Council, honorable members, officials from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, ably led by Mayor Mpho Mashamba, the HOD, and I take the opportunity to congratulate you in this responsibility. Distinguished guests in the gallery, the people of Limpopo, good morning, good afternoon, I think. Yeah, good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is an immense honor and privilege to rise before this august House to contribute to the consideration and adoption of the consolidated oversight reports of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to begin with a line from Ben Okri's poem, An African Elegy, and I quote, "In the beginning, there was present." It is my considered view, therefore, that this evocative image captures the initial state of our committee, confined not by physical walls, but absence of knowledge, clarity, and grounded understanding of the realities on the ground. And I must say that Amos is there for so times as this, when he said, and I quote, "My body and soul, beware of assuming the sterile attitude of a spectator, for life is not a spectacle," close quotes. It is this crude realization that precipitated the absolute and urgent need to break free from the prison of not knowing, to go to the ground and deduce empirical evidence. In this regard, and with reference to the above affirmation, our committee has diligently fulfilled its constitutional mandate of oversight over the past months, traversing the province, visiting catalytic projects that pulse with potential. The visits to Chilwabusiku Secondary Cooperative, Kopano Disabled Cooperative, Tafelkop Farmers Association, Dimani Agricultural High School were conducted to assess the exogenous impact of public investment, understand on the ground challenges, and ensure that our agricultural support programs are effective engines for job creation, skills development, and rural economic growth. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to provide this August House with some findings of the committee. We begin with the Tafelkop Farmers Association in Groblersdal. This is a flagship cooperative farming initiative on 191 hectares, divided among 32 farmers, including 9 women, 1 youth, and 2 persons with disabilities. Through the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, CASP, the Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has invested approximately 55 million in phased infrastructure, including and especially irrigation systems and shade nets. This substantial investment has enabled the cultivation of high-value crops and currently supports 64 permanent and 320 seasonal jobs. At full operational capacity, this project has the potential, has the sharp propensity to employ 128 permanent and 640 seasonal workers, a significant contribution to our provincial economy. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, infrastructure alone is not sufficient. The association faces critical challenges, including and not limited to lack of running capital, difficulties in accessing formal markets, the absence of a pack house for value addition, and an inability to use their title deeds to secure credit. Our committee therefore recommends that the department enhances its support beyond infrastructure to include financial mechanisms for operational costs and assist in facilitating formal market linkages. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we further went to Kopano Disabled Cooperative in Maple Hall, a project that truly embodies the principle of inclusivity and indomitable human spirit. Indeed, as human race, we have the capacity to achieve the impossible. This 178-hectare farm, owned by 11 members, including 4 persons with disabilities, has received over 12.5 million in historical government support. It is now poised for growth with a further 13 million injection from the CGA Jobs Fund, enabling the development of 29.5 hectares of citrus. The department's recent cash support of 6.7 million for the 2023-2024 financial year provided critical irrigation infrastructure, a balancing dam, and a pump house. This project has already created 13 permanent jobs and 10 temporary jobs. The primary challenges are of a long-term nature. The immaturity of the orchards, which will take years to reach full yield, the financial burden of loan repayments, and a heavy reliance on export markets, which carries inherent risks. Vandalism is also a concern. We recommend sustained multi-year support, assistance with market diversification, and help in securing electric perimeter fence. Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, Dimani Agricultural High School in Shayandima has proud and rich history dating back to 1978, which is a crucible for our future farmers. The department has commendably completed a modern 1,000 chicken capacity broiler house, providing invaluable and much needed practical skills for 1,478 learners. Yet, this new facility stands in stark contrast to the school's dilapidated old infrastructure, including its piggery and nursery. The project is further hampered by a lack of an operational budget from the Department of Basic Education, unreliable water supply with only one of the 3 boreholes functional, and a reliance on EPWP parolees due to a shortage of dedicated farm staff. Our committee absolutely and urgently recommends a collaborative intervention between the Department of Agriculture and Basic Education to refurbish the old facilities, ensure sustainable funding for operations, and resolve the water crisis. The school is an investment in our human capital and must be treated as such. Honorable Deputy Speaker, finally, the Chilwabusiku Secondary Cooperative, I think I need some water. Chilwabusiku Secondary Cooperative in Makado represents a vibrant collective of 90 farmers. The department has responded to their needs with a 9 million infrastructure project currently underway, which includes a pack house, cold rooms, and irrigation system. Key assets for accessing formal markets like Papadue International. Their most significant barrier, however, is access to water. The exorbitant and astronomical cost of 36,000 per farmer for a geohydrological report is a prohibitive barrier to obtaining water licenses. Without this, their production capacity remains severely constrained. Our key recommendation in this regard is for the department to engage with the Department of Water and Sanitation to explore subsidizing or waiving these costs and to continue investing in climate resilient infrastructure like solar power. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the projects we visited beam with promise and purpose. They demonstrate that with strategic public investment, agriculture can be a growth engine for economic development in our province. They have enormous capacity to create jobs, foster skills, and food security. More than that, the people of this province are resilient, are radiant, like the baobabs that stand towering through drought and storm, rooted in hope. The eminent son of the soil, the most venerated leader, the pantheon of his generation, front rank combatant, and a Robben Islander, Andy Mbatoivo Yatoivo, is quoted as saying, I have come to know that our people cannot expect progress as a gift from anyone. Progress is something we shall have to struggle and work for. And I believe that the only way in which we shall be able to secure that progress is to learn from our experiences and mistakes, close quotes. Frankly, our future is way greater and brighter than our past and present. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we still premise our conviction on the fact that today is better than yesterday and surely tomorrow will be better than today. I therefore move that this House considers and adopts the oversight reports of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngoveni, Honorable Jack Velile.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, the legacy of land theft remains a root cause of inequality. Our oversight visit highlighted contrasts that underscore deeper issues of inequality and poverty. The difference between privileged and marginalized communities is evident in opportunities afforded to them. Agricultural schools like Merensky and Dimani High exemplify the gap. Merensky Agri School boasts superior facilities, offering learners hands-on experience with various animals and plants, making it easy to facilitate practical learning. Dimani High struggles with a conducive environment as well as equipment. The recent addition of a chicken house is a step forward. However, significant gaps persist. Our learners deserve equality opportunities to excel, and we appreciate the department for stepping in. The Chilwa Busiku cooperative exemplifies unity is power. Participants collaborate effectively, demonstrating potential growth. However, without agro-processing equipment, their progress is hindered. Procurement of such equipment is critical to unlock job creation and the industry revolution. Pepper Jew's model in Nkuankua, where they produce and process their products and exported globally, could be replicated in Chilwa Wusiku, enhancing local economic impact. On the potato belt projects, Gukeng requires a storage room to store the potatoes to avoid damage due to the weather. This will enable production of a market-perfect product that will be easy to market and export globally. Agriculture is the root of food security. We need to transfer the skills for sustainable food production. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Velile. Wipar.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Velile Jack might be out of order for not greeting Comrade John Ngubin. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wipari. He's laughing there by the gallery, so he's fine. He's okay with that. Honorable Velile, they are assisting you. Can we now call upon Honorable Andries Moss? No, Honorable Jump says he's not prepared. Or actually, he said he's not debating. Let me say it in a better way.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier, esteemed members of the Executive Council, leaders of opposition parties, and members of this House and guests. Honorable Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus values oversight because it tells the truth beneath the glossy reports. The truth that farmers, learners, and rural families already live with it. In 2025, the legislators' oversight visit shows that plans are approved, budgets are spent, but too often the real impact remains delayed, diluted, or simply unfinished. It's a cycle that repeats year after year, and it must stop. Let's begin with Marinsky Agriculture Academy in Zanin, meant to be a flagship for agriculture education and skills development. On paper, this should have been a success story, a modern facility preparing the next generation of farmers and technicians. But in reality, the project took 11 months just to move from planning to construction. Then, when equipment finally arrived, it was wrong. Battery cages instead of the planned barn rearing systems. The result, the school had to rewrite its curriculum to fit the department's mistake. Instead of empowering educators, the project forced them to adapt to bureaucratic blunders. This is not just inefficiency, it's waste, and it shows a disconnect between planning officers and the people expected to teach and deliver results on the ground. At Dumani Agricultural School in Wembe, the picture is even more worrying. A brand new 1,000 capacity broiler house stands proudly, but without even the most basic biosecurity measures. No food path, no disinfection zones, and no record keeping. It is bluntly non-compliant with environmental and animal welfare standards. The surrounding infrastructure is collapsing. The piggery and nursery are deteriorating, and out of 3 of the borehole, only 1 still works. This is no veterinary support, no operational budget, and no extension officer assigned to the school. Most disappointing, learners are spectators, not participants, in the very project designed to give them practical skills. We cannot build the future of agriculture by locking learners out of learning. Dumani is a symbol of a system that builds structures but forget to fund their purpose. Now to Blouberg Potato Belt, where we saw 2 sides of one coin, success and struggle side by side. At Retaliani Farm, we saw what can happen when bureaucracy steps aside and competence takes the lead. This farmer employs over 120 seasonal workers, the majority of them women, and has formal supply agreements with Simba and Pepperdew International. Part of the farm's profits are reinvested in community irrigation projects for nearby schools. Proof that agriculture can uplift when allowed to work. The infrastructure is solid. Functioning boreholes, pack-out facility, a cold room, and equipment purchased through both public and private partnerships. This is what value for money looks like when the system is functioning. But even success has limits when government support is half-built. Ralechani faces crippling electricity costs, sometimes 300,000 rand per month, and no assistance to install embedded solar energy that could make the farm sustainable. The bureaucracy moves slowly. Approvals get stuck in corridors, and what should be a model farm full of poor risk stagnation because red tape outruns common sense. A few kilometers away, the Nukukeng project tells the opposite story. Here the potential is strong. Boreholes, pivots, and a dedicated workforce. But the farm is vulnerable because there is no fencing, no pack house, and no security. Potatoes are left in the open sun to rot. Theft strips cables and irrigation lines. Years of effort are lost because government could not find a simple fence and storage facility. It's the same pattern, partial delivery that turns investment into frustration. Honorable Speaker, this is not about politics. It's about principle. The Freedom Front Plus believes that every rand taxpayers money must become a tangible benefit. We cannot keep praising expenditure when delivery is absent. A 90% spend rate means nothing if projects fails to produce results. We cannot keep mistaking spending for success and construction for completion. Limpopo can lead in agriculture. Our soil, our people, and our potential prove that. But leadership demands that we fix what's broken in how we govern. Oversight is not a punishment. It's a mirror. It shows us that the most failures comes not from lack of funding, but from lack of follow-through. The Freedom Front Plus believes that the change begins with discipline. We need clear timelines, named accountability, and visible progress. Every project that receives provincial funding should have a completion date, a responsible official, and publish progress reports. Farmers, schools, and communities should not have to wait for another oversight visit to learn what went wrong. Secondly, the department must learn to fund operation, not just infrastructure. A poultry house without feed, water, or veterinary care is not a success. It's a liability. Every capital project must include operational budgets, maintenance plans, and training. The lack of these basics is what turns bright ideas into white elephants. Thirdly, we must finish the last mile. The fences, packhouses, cold rooms, and market access points to the turn production into profits. At Ralechane, these final links are already in place. And look at the results. At Nukukeng, they are missing. And look at the waste. The province cannot afford to keep funding almost finished projects. Fourthly, the department must reward competence and penalize failures. When service providers don't deliver, terminate the contracts. When officials delay, hold them accountable. When a project succeeds, replicate it. Accountability is not cruelness. It's fairness, those who work hard and deliver. And finally, we must reconnect agriculture to education. Schools like Merensky and Dumani are meant to train the next generation of farmers, technicians, and entrepreneurs. They will only happen when learners are active participants in real agriculture production, when they handle the soil, the feed, and the data themselves. The Freedom Front Plus calls on the department to assign dedicated extensions officers to every agricultural school and to ensure that learning by doing becomes a standard practice. Honorable Speaker, the agriculture is not about forms and figures, it's about people. Farmers who rise before dawn, students who dream of working the land with pride, and communities that depend on their jobs, food, and dignity. Oversight is not just a bureaucratic exercise, it's the voice of the people being heard through us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moss. I shall now call upon Honorable Helen Marie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. In respect of the various projects visited, the Chiwausiku Secondary Cooperative Farming Project in the Makado municipal area taught us a valuable lesson. Each farmer was working his own piece of land, but as far as marketing is concerned, they were working together. This is not a new concept, but it's a concept that has stood the test of time. More so, they all strive to hold water licenses, so they all strive to farm according to the law, and all the laws that is applicable in farming, and that's really commendable. This group is full of promise. The agricultural economist working with them is guiding them to be even more successful. But the final destiny must be self-sufficient commercial farmers with title deed of their land. But the department also cannot continue to pour money into the projects. It is said that there can be no trees on a planet without wind, because wind forces the trees to grow strong roots and resilient, strong tree trunks. So these farmers must now be left to stand tall in the wind. At the Dimani Agricultural High School, it was clear that these farmers are farmers in the making. And they produced the most wonderful spinach. It was really wonderful to take some of the spinach and have it later. It was wonderful. It is vital to support our schools. Like the previous speakers have said, and I'm not going to repeat, there are areas that we need to look into. But there's nothing wrong with their minds. There's nothing wrong with their motivation, and there's nothing wrong with their hard work. So we have to support our schools. especially in areas where the parents are not able to contribute towards the needs of the school. Even in schools like Marinsky, we cannot expect parents to carry the full load. It is good that the department invests in these schools. We need to prepare the future generation of resilient commercial farmers. The Immerpan red meat product represents a classic case of implementation failure, despite a sound conceptual foundation. Years after inception, the project has not produced commercial output. Beneficiaries remain dependent, infrastructure is degraded or stolen, and oversight mechanisms have failed. If the department is serious about agricultural transformation, it must do the following 4 things. Enforce accountability against non-performing contractors, and I think that's a theme through many of our projects. Establish governance structures, build beneficiary capacity through structured business mentorship, and implement a turnaround strategy with clear timelines for commercialization. The project was strategically sound, but poorly implemented and weakly governed project, and now requires decisive intervention to avoid permanent failure. The Lalichenia project in the Blouberg municipality was a wonderful experience. That's in the potato belt. It is now time to hand over title deed to the farmer. No farmer can be truly commercial unless he or she owns the land. The farmer is doing well, and the previous speakers have also said that. The farmer shows initiative, and he is clearly hardworking. This is one project that we can now say that the farmer migrated to be a real commercial farmer, and we would like to congratulate him. We need to see more projects that migrate to commercial enterprises. It is clear that the best way to nurture upcoming farmers to become commercial is to allow each farmer to make his or her own decision. Group farming never worked and will not ever work. The chaotic and massively unsuccessful collapsing CPA's farming groups is a striking example. In Limpopo, some of the challenges we have now at the moment is how we use communal land, how traditional authorities manage land. Very soon, South Africa must make a decision to protect our valuable agricultural land. It is important that we start managing communal land better and protect our farmers in those areas. Lastly, I would like to thank the support of our support staff for making the work of the committee possible. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Helm. Honorable Malimela is not in the house. Now I call upon the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Bella Kopa Mabusa, to come and close the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker, the Premier in absentia, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of Executive Committee, the Whipari, the Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, it is always an honor to be given an opportunity to address this House twice in a day. Allow me to point out that the reflections are going to be about the consideration and adoption of the following oversight report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, Chilavusiku Secondary Cooperative in Vembe District, Kopani Disabled Trip, and Africa Farmers Association in Sekhukhune District, Marinsky Agricultural Academy, Ralichani, and Nguken projects in Blouberg, Capricorn District, the Mani Agricultural High School in Vembe. Madam Speaker, the oversight work is the constitutional prerogative that gave powers to the provincial legislatures. To be precise, Section 114, subsection 2, A and B in the Constitution defines what exactly the mandate in relation to the oversight it is. To some extent, it is the framework that is more involved in monitoring and accountability, more especially on the utilization of public funds by government departments, applications of budgets, and active management of government departments. In summary, the overall goal is to ensure government transparency and accountability and to prevent abuse of the state resources. Oversight work promotes good governance and participatory democracy by interacting with the people in their own development, especially the most affected stakeholders. Madam Deputy Speaker, the former President Thabo Mbeki has pointed out some years ago that open coast, open coast and oversight is an active process to understand the practical reality of government programs. This approach helps measures progress against service delivery commitment and identify challenges on the ground, close quote. Madam Speaker and honorable members, Marinsky Agriculture Academy is one of the catalytic projects by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The school is in Zanin, Mopani District, Gabo Honorable Peter and Honorable Nkakare. It was established in 1936. The school received a building material, including the band red and battery layer system from the department to construct the chicken house that will assist learners for their educational practical. There was a delay of about 11 months in starting with the construction, which it was caused by the department. Madam Speaker, the school was clear on ventilating the additional support, and they recommended that a department through a portfolio committee should help in sourcing chickens and assist in developing a poultry management plan. The department have also noted this proposed additional support, and we hope that will assist them. Generally, the model and the system of the school is very much progressive. The school also rely on private sponsors such as ZZ2, and they indicated that they shared their best practices with other schools such as the Mani Agricultural High School, since they are all pure agricultural schools. It is recommended by the Portfolio Committee that skills transfer to other agricultural schools is of paramount importance, and a facilitator should be the department. Madam Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the Ralijina farming is 100% black-owned. The business was established in 2005 and trading as Torofina Trading Post. In 2012, a farmer managed to acquire 1,367 hectares of land from Department of Rural Development and Land Reform in Blowback area. It is reported that the farmer got 34.6 million from the department. The farm produced potatoes and their market is Zimba for lace production. In terms of employment, they have 12 permanent workers and 120 seasonal workers, which is what the governing parties in our province is really appreciating and further encouraging the department when assisting these farmers. Priority should also be on creation of employment. Madam Speaker, it must be reported that a farmer is giving back to the community. Firstly, the farmers and the workers who are working on the farm, they share 10% profit. And secondly, a farmer has built a drip irrigation system which is fully equipped to a primary school in one of the nearest villages. A farmer then is involved in transferring a skill to the young learners, also for them to develop a love and ultimately a passion for agriculture. A farmer also introduced annual top 10 awards in the school, mainly to encourage learners in agriculture. The name of the project is the Free the School Project. Madam Deputy Speaker, just like other projects that we visited, Ralichena farming has some challenges such as energy cost, which is too high to an extent that they pay around 300,000 per month. Despite 50% consumption, frequent and outrage disrupt operations. Therefore, it will be appreciated if the Land Bank, together with our department, can rescue a situation by a 200 kilowatt solar system, which will reduce the grid dependency. While we are still in the blowback potato belt, we have a farm called Nkuken Farming Project, which it was established in 2003, started farming on a 20 hectare, but at the moment they utilize 50 hectares. They produce potato in the main. They acquire the land at Mantata Tribal Council at Mogodira Mantata. They have a permission to occupy, to operate their businesses. They received irrigation infrastructure, boreholes, a tractor and production inputs from the Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The employment of the project is at 3 permanent workers and 90 seasonal workers. The farm does not have a pack house, electric fence, ablution facilities, and the additional 3 boreholes. It is also important to involve the department so that a farm can be assisted once again. Madam Deputy Speaker, the farm also has a means of plowing back to the communities. They reported that they donate vegetables to the local schools and that also it should be appreciated as a good gesture. The challenges such as market access, shortage of implements such as plow, harvesters, and boom spray, just to mention few of them, the department should look into them and intervene. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, oversight work as guided by our Constitution as a supreme law of the country. It has a lot to impact in addressing service delivery backlogs. It assists both the departments and the affected bodies such as farmers, projects, and even the ordinary people in the communities. We hope that all the challenges and recommendations that were put forward to the department can be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabuza. We shall now call upon the acting MEC, Mashiro, to come and respond to the debate. Thank you, MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mamrobela, the Speaker of the House, MECs present here, Honorable members, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and portfolio members, and all honorable members, and our guests in the gallery, HODs, and all present in the House. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development continues to demonstrate significant progress in strengthening the province's agricultural sector, expanding interdepartmental collaboration, and driving sustainable rural development. This financial year, we are proud that the department has successfully concluded a memorandum of understanding with Limpopo Department of Education to integrate agriculture into the school curriculum, or Honorable LEDET. Through this partnership, agriculture will now be introduced as a subject from the intermediary phase, allowing learners to develop an early understanding of food systems, agricultural science, and environmental sustainability. This approach will nurture a new generation of young people who view agriculture not merely as a subject, but as a pathway to entrepreneurship, innovation, and food security. Beyond the classroom, this partnership has direct economic impact. The agreement ensures that service providers in the school nutrition program procure fruits, vegetables, and maize from local farmers. This will strengthen local market access, support small holder and emerging farmers, and ensure that our children benefit from fresh, nutritious, and locally produced food. It is a clear example of a whole of government approach linking education, agriculture, and local economic empowerment. In the same spirit of collaboration, Honorable Speaker, the department continues to support the revitalization of the Leboa Kgomo Abattoir, which we are working with the Limpopo Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. The Department of Agriculture is actively contributing to this initiative through the supply of day-old chicks. We are finalizing the refurbishment of 5 environmentally controlled poultry houses within 100-kilometer radius to enhance production capacity throughout. Once completed, these facilities will enable the signing of a take agreement with Montana, ensuring a sustainable poultry value chain and creating opportunities for rural communities. So we are saying to honorable members, we are giving attention to the Leboa Kgomo Abattoir. From a fiscal performance perspective, the department has made a commendable progress. In 2024-2025 financial year, overall expenditure stood at 98.7%, a notable improvement from 96% in the previous year. This reflects disciplined financial management and strengthened internal controls. The Limpopo Provincial Treasury approved 15 million of multi-year programs, demonstrating confidence in the department's ability to utilize conditional grants effectively. The funds have been legitimately utilized to support ongoing projects and priorities. In 2025-2026 financial year, the department experienced a slow start with a 21.5% expenditure record in the first quarter, as it was outlined by honorable portfolio members. Largely, it was due to delays in obtaining business plans approvals from the National Department of Agriculture. However, through focused acceleration and catch-up plans implemented in the second quarter, performance has improved substantially, reaching 50.5% overall expenditure, slightly above projected costs and 55% an effective use of resource to stimulate agriculture growth. Honorable Speaker, despite these achievements, the department also faced structural and environmental challenges that explains why Limpopo agriculture did not contribute to the provincial GDP in the second quarter of 2025. There are many reasons based to that. Firstly, agriculture in Limpopo is inherently seasonal. The second quarter, which covers April to June, coincides with the post-harvest period for major summer crops such as maize, tomatoes, and potatoes. During this time, production naturally slows as farmers focus on land preparation, equipment servicing, and input procurement for the next planting season. And another issue is the province experienced a drought and climate variability in the late 2023 and early 2024, below average rainfall and higher temperatures, particularly in Mopani, Vembe, and Waterberg districts. Affected yields in key crops such as maize, groundnuts, vegetables, water restriction, and irrigation schemes like Letaba, Livu, Mogalakwena further constrained output. This decline in production volumes directly impacted the gross value added on the GDP. But, Honorable Speaker, we must also note that GDP reporting is statistical and time-based. It captures realized production and sales rather than preparatory work. Much of Limpopo's agricultural activity during the second quarter was preparatory in nature, involving land preparation, irrigation, maintenance, and input procurement. These do not yet appear in the GDP figures, but set the stage for recovery in the subsequent orders. So by that, Honorable Speaker, we are saying it will show, because obviously if we do not prepare, then we will not be able to have to reap the rewards. That's why we're concentrating on ensuring that we do prepare. Honorable Speaker, despite the seasonal and structural constraints experienced in the second quarter, we remain confident that with improved rainfall, accelerated infrastructure completion, and continued farmer support, Limpopo agriculture will rebound strongly in third and fourth quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. The department is steadfast in its mission to build a resilient, inclusive, and competitive agriculture sector, and contributes meaningfully to the provincial economy, supports job creation, and ensures food security for our people. That's why we are proud to announce or to report that because of our intervention as the department, 134 unemployed graduates were placed at commercial enterprises for practical experience, and then also 180 agribusinesses were supported with market access, knowing very well that you might have you might be a farmer, but if you do not have access to the market, then you won't have a place where you are selling. So we have managed to expose 180 agribusinesses. And throughout our throughout our various projects, we have contributed in 5,053 job opportunities. These are not just job opportunities, but also they are a contribution to household income and food security. So we are saying, as the Department of Agriculture here in Limpopo, we are serious about ensuring that we make this agriculture fashionable, especially in young people, hence the MOU with the Department of Education. And we are also saying we appreciate the oversight that is being played by our portfolio committee, as led by the chairperson, Honorable Kupa Mabuza. We really do appreciate the good work that you are doing, and it is through your leadership and your oversight that we are able to improve in most of the things that we are doing. And we are saying, through the reports that we have got from the oversight visit, we are already strengthening farmer support through integrated producer development programs, and we are expanding beyond irrigation to ensure timely access to inputs, talking about seeds, fertilizer, feeds, and agrochemicals. We are saying they must be timely, so that when time comes for our farmers to start planting, then they are ready with the inputs that they got from the department. We'll also adopt a voucher-based support system to improve transparency and reduce administrative delays. And we are saying we will continue to empower youth and women through targeted programs. And these interventions will only be able to be successful through the support of our provincial treasury, Honorable Mawai. If you can open up the purse and assist the department, we'll surely be able to do more for our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Mashiro. We shall now go to item 7.4, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee of LEDET, Me Mukaba Mapula. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, leader of political parties, Honorable MECs present here, our guests in the gallery, good afternoon. Standing here, honorable members, I rise to move that the 2024-2025 annual report of LEDET be adopted as the report of this August House. I so move.
Thank you, Chairperson. Seconder, Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise to second and adopt. I rise to second the adoption as presented by the chairperson of LEDET. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise again to move for the 2024-2025 annual report of LEDA to be adopted as the report of this August House. I so move.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Rakwale.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the presentation of the annual report 2024-25 annual report of LEDA as presented by the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Ke a leboga. I rise to move that the 2024-2025 report of LTA be adopted as the report of this August House. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nempumburoni.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand here to second the adoption of the 2024-2025 annual report of the LTA.
Thank you. I move lastly for the 2024-2025 report of LGB to be adopted as the report of this August House. I so move.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the seconder, Honorable Majomane.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to second the 2024-2025 annual report for LGB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall now go to the debate. I shall now call upon Moananwa, Honorable P.A.D. Maseko, to open the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Portia Grace Mamrobel, and greetings to you, the Speaker, Honorable Dr. Makoma Grace Makuripet. Greetings to the Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip and the entire Whipari. The greetings to the Premier together with the Executive Council members, the Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, chairpersons of various portfolio committees and members of this August House, members of the public out there. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to participate in this critical debate on the first quarter performance reports of the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, together with its entities, with its Limpopo Tourism Agency and the Limpopo Economic Development Agency. This debate comes at a crucial juncture in our provincial development trajectory, where the decisions we make and the oversight we exercise will determine whether we succeed in building an inclusive economy that creates jobs, reduce poverty, and ensure sustainable development for all our people. Again, Honorable Speaker, as I stand before this House, I'm reminded of the profound words of President Cyril Ramaphosa when he addressed the nation during the State of the Nation address in February 2024, where he emphasized that, open quote, we must build an economy that works for all South Africans, not just a few. an economy that creates jobs, reduces inequality, and provides opportunities for everyone to realize their full potential, close quote. These words resonate deeply with the work that the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism has been mandated to undertake in our province of Limpopo. Once again, Honorable Speaker, the performance of the departments and its entities is not isolated from the lived experience of our people. Every percentage point of budget expenditure, every job created, every enterprise supported, and every environmental protection measure implemented has a direct bearing on the lives of ordinary citizens of Limpopo who look to this government for leadership and delivery. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by providing a comprehensive overview of the department's performance during the first quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. The department was allocated a total budget of 1.8 billion, of which 436 million representing 23% of the original budget, was spent during the quarter under review. This represents a slight underspending relative to the expected budget spending norms of 25%. This expenditure level, while below the targeted 25%, demonstrates a reasonably steady start to the financial year, though it raises questions about the pace of implementation that I shall address in due course. As we continue on this debate, Honorable Speaker, the department's performance across its 4 programs present a mixed picture and requires our careful and consecutive engagement. Under Program 1, Honorable Speaker, Administration, the department achieved 5 out of 9 performance indicators, representing 56% achievement. And Program 2, Economic Development, achieved 7 out of 8 performance targets, translating to an impressive 88% achievement rate. And Program 3, Environment Affairs, distinguished itself by achieving 9 out of 9 performance indicators, signifying a perfect 100% achievement. And Program 4 on Tourism achieved 2 out of 2 performance indicators, also representing 100% achievement. Honorable Speaker, statistics tell a story of both success and challenges. They reveal areas where the department has excelled and areas where urgent intervention is required. It is in the spirit of constructive accountability that I approach this debate today. Again, Honorable Speaker, administration program serves as the backbone of the entire department, providing strategic direction, financial management, administrative support, and information management services. During the quarter under review, this program spent 98.9 million rands out of an allocated 366.2 million rands, representing 26% expenditure, slightly above the overall departmental average. The achievement of 100% compliance with the e-disclosure of financial interest by all 36 senior management service members is commendable and demonstrates commitment to transparency and ethical governance. Our public servants have shown integrity by complying with disclosure requirements, laying a foundation of trust and essential effective governance. Once again, Honorable Speaker, I must draw attention to the concerning underperformance in employee performance contracts, where only 87% compliance was achieved, with 776 out of 896 contracts submitted within said timelines. While the department attributes this to alignment challenges arising from new organizational structure and staff placement processes, we cannot allow administrative restructuring to become a perpetual excuse for non-compliance with basic human resource management requirements. The department must urgently complete the placement process and ensure that all performance agreements are aligned with job description to enable effective performance management. Once again, Honorable Speaker, as the ANC commends the department for ensuring that 99.9% of invoices, that is out of 147, 147 out, 1,047 out of 1,048 were paid within 30 days of receipt. This achievement demonstrates respect for service providers and contributes to the economic ecosystem by ensuring timely payment of small business and suppliers. The one outstanding invoice that missed the disbursement run due to system unavailability is an acceptable exception, provided it is processed in the subsequent disbursement cycle. Once again, Honorable Speaker, however, the overall expenditure of 23.4% against the target of 25% raises concerns about the pace of budget utilization. The department attributes this under expenditure to the ongoing process of filling vacant posts and infrastructure projects that have not yet reached spending levels. While these explanations have merit, we must emphasize that under expenditure is not merely a technical accounting matter. It represents delayed service delivery, postponed development project, and deferred economic opportunities for our people. Madam Speaker, we must escape from the old pattern of perpetual under expenditure in the first quarter, followed by the rushed spending in the final quarter that often compromises quality and value for money. The department must develop and implement more effective expenditure management systems that ensure steady, planned utilization of allocated resources throughout the financial year. Procurement from enterprise owned by previously disadvantaged individuals, particularly the persistent failure to meet target for procurement from enterprises owned by persons living with disability, is concerning. The department exceeded its target for women-owned enterprises, spending 34.8% against a target of 10%, but achieved only 0.0% expenditure on enterprise owned by persons living with disabilities, against a target of 1%. As the African National Congress, we are deeply concerned by this underperformance. This failure is not unique to the department. It was also reported in the Limpopo Tourism Agency performance. The explanation provided that there is no criteria or methodology for invitation of RFQS for the targeted group is simply unacceptable. Once again, Honorable Speaker, as the ANC welcome the performance of economic development, which is at the heart of our mandate to promote economic growth and job creation. This program spent 204.2 million rands out of an allocated 827.1 million rands, representing 21% expenditure. The achievement of 7 out of 8 performance targets, representing 88% achievement, is a commendable and demonstrates focused execution of planned activities. Once again, Honorable Speaker, the compilation of one economic development report as planned is a positive achievement that ensures evidence-based policymaking. The facilitation of 3 components of the National Exporter Development Program, implementation of 3 manufacturing support programs, and implementation of 2 programs to enhance a local participation in the mining sector all demonstrate commitment to industrialization and economic transformation. Honorable Speaker, the department's focus on manufacturing support and mining sector participation aligns perfectly with the national vision, and these programs must be sustained and strengthened. Once again, Honorable Speaker, on business regulations and governance, particularly liquor business regulations, as the ANC, we know the production of one monitoring report on Libra, implementation in local municipalities, and the inspection of 1,723 liquor businesses, falling short of the 1,800 target. The explanation that June was used for roadshows on convention of old licenses is reasonable, but it highlights the ongoing challenges in implementing the new liquor legislations. Once again, Honorable Speaker, the Department we ask the Department we commend the Department for processing 100% of liquor applications that were 133, and all of the 133 were processed within stipulated timeframes. This efficiency in administrative processing demonstrates respect for business operators and facilitates ease of doing business in our province. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, the finalization of 100% consumer complaints, there were 20 out of 2020 was processed within legislated timeframes, showing commitment to consumer protection. Once again, Honorable Speaker, the entity to commit to restrain all liquor inspectors I beg your pardon, Honorable Speaker, we urge the entity to commit to retrain all liquor inspectors to understand the new liquor acts so that it must be implemented urgently. In the context of liquor regulations, we need inspectors who apply the law consistently, fairly, and acknowledgeably across all established and all areas of province. The Environment Affairs represent a beacon of excellence in the department's performance, having achieved 100% of its performance indicators. This program spent 92.4 million rands out of an allocated 407.1 million rands, representing 23% expenditure. The perfect achievement rate demonstrates exceptional planning, execution, and management. The finalization of 100% of environmental impact assessment, 34 out of 34 within legislated time frame is particularly commendable as it ensures that the development proceeds in an environmentally sustainable manner without unnecessary delays. Once again, Honorable Speaker, I welcome the conducting of 93 compliance inspections, exceeding the target of 70, shows proactive environmental protection. The handing over of the 3 completed criminal investigation to NPA for prosecution and the issuing of 12 administrative enforcement notices, exceeding the target of 10, demonstrate commitment to environmental law enforcement. Once again, Honorable Speaker, the Environment Affairs Program embodies the principles of showing excellence in environmental management is achievable when there is clear vision, adequate resources, and committed leadership. As I move towards the conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the conducting of 17 environmental awareness activities exceeding the target of 10 due to demand from the schools for career expos, and the conducting of 5 environmental capacity building activities as planned demonstrate commitment to environmental education and empowerment. The issuing of 100% of biodiversity management permits, 3,121 out of 3,121 within legislated timeframes shows efficiency in permit processing that facilitates sustainable use of natural resources. And Honorable Speaker, I'm tempted to shorten the presentation in the following form. In the LTA, was allocated a budget of 102 million for financial year, of which 21 million was spent during the first quarter, representing a 21% expenditure. And in that regard, Honorable Speaker, allow me to, must take time.
Up, you must just conclude. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the issue of economy is very big, and the time is very short. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we may face challenges in implementing our economic development programs. We may experience setbacks and delays. We may fall short of some targets, but we must remain strong in our will to strive, to seek better solutions, to find building an inclusive economy that creates jobs and improves the lives of all Limpopo citizens. The department and its entities have the resources and the mandate. What is required now, referring to you, MEC in particular, is an execution, accountability, and unwavering commitment to delivery. The people of Limpopo deserve nothing less than the department's efforts They deserve a government that spreads its budget effectively, creates jobs consistently, supports business meaningfully, protect the environment diligently, and promote tourism aggressively. They deserve, they deserve entities that operate sustainably, deliver services reliably, and contribute to the economic.
Really, Honorable Piet, you know, you even went extra 4 minutes. I'm just thinking, not real. Honorable Small, Tisnali, don't worry. The EFF said you have taken the time that their member is not here. But we don't work like that. Honorable Velile Jack.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and all protocol observed. Yeah, again, chicken is enough. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I present my analysis of LEDET 2024-25 financial year annual report, highlighting significant concerns and areas requiring urgent attention. LEDET failed to meet the planned targets, particularly in employing people with disabilities. LEDA met 22 of 41 targets in the 2024-25 financial year, falling short in critical areas like mineral beneficiations, agro-processing projects, export assistance, business development, MMSEZ stagnation, Fitahomo SEZ delays due to scope of work changes and the infrastructure issues. SMMEs and cooperative support play an important role in our communities. That is where jobs are created and business owners are empowered and encouraged to work harder. Failure to provide with support jeopardizes emerging businesses and economic growth. There's been a decline in the number of cases investigated by LGP, which is a decrease from the previous financial year. Are they decreasing because there are no cases or someone is not doing his or her job? The audit outcome for LGP has regressed due to material misstatements, underscoring the need to strengthen the finance unit. LTA's limited budget target is concerning. Why set only 4 targets for domestic campaigns for an entire year and expect to promote tourism in the province? We need to regularly market ourselves to reach as many people as possible. There are many project delays, such as the Leboa Kgomo Abattoir and Masasane Hatchery, that are hindering progress and job creation, thereby exacerbating poverty and undermine economic development in the province, because when these projects were announced, people were promised jobs. The Vembe Produce Pack House procurement is still pending. The Sisiro Industrial Park sweet potato processing plant is also unprocured. Let's prioritize our people to alleviate poverty in Limpopo. And it thanks MEC for sending us to Cape Town to that workshop. I learned something and I thought I should educate Honorable Makamo. Because I know he's very scared of lions. Honorable Makamo, but there are 2 types of lions, the dangerous one and the tamed one. Don't just run away from any lion. You must observe first whether it's tame or dangerous. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Velile. I shall now call upon Honorable Jacques Mali.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable MECs, fellow colleagues. Last week in this House, in a reply to Honourable Wilson's debate on the annual report to the Office of the Premier pontificated over Statistics South Africa's latest GDP growth figures, which indicated that Limpopo's economic grew by 0.9% in the second quarter of this year, higher than any other province. But let's just put this into perspective. The 0.9 growth relates to one quarter of a single year. Limpopo's annual population growth rate is between 1.8 and 2%. This means that quarter two of 2025, the people of Limpopo actually grew poorer in the terms of per capita GDP. Over the past decade, economic growth has consistently lagged behind population growth, resulting in stagnant or declining GDP per capita. Our people are not feeling their democratic dividend. Instead, they are experiencing deepening poverty, unemployment, and inequality under this governance. The growth was concentrated in finance, real estate, business services, and personal services. How did this benefit our rural citizens? For example, Vembe, did they feel any tangible impact? Honourable Speaker, the real picture is reflected in the latest quarterly labour force survey report. It paints a deeply troubling picture of Limpopo's economic trajectory between quarter three and quarter four of 2024. 16,000 jobs were lost, pushing the official unemployment rate to 31.9%. The expanded unemployment rate, including discouraging job seekers, stands at a staggering 46.5%, well above the national average. This is not merely statistics. It reflects the harsh reality faced by thousands of Limpopo families who remain locked out of their economic opportunity. From a developmental perspective, it means that the majority of Limpopo citizens are trapped on the bottom rung of the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Their lives revolve around their most basic philosophical needs: food, water, warmth, and shelter. This is an outright betrayal of a promise of a better life for all. Honourable Speaker, what about the three sectors that should be driving growth: agricultural, tourism, and mining? Well, the Statistics South Africa reported states that all three of these sectors face challenges. Limpopo's economic problems are structural, deep-seated, and demand urgent, targeted intervention. Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism is mandated to drive economic development. Yet, its agency, LEDA, and its entities are riddled with malfeasance, are physically unsustainable, and are failing to deliver on their mandate. Great North Transport remains in financial distress. The Portfolio Committee has directed that outstanding obligations, including pension and medical aid, must be settled in the 25-26 financial year. Financial stability must be achieved within 6 months with quarterly reporting. A full creditors list and proof of the 93 million rand bailout payments must be submitted. 5 million rand monthly surpluses must be funded to bus refurbishments. Costing leasing must be reduced and 20 to 40 buses restored. Honourable members, we will stand in this House in the very near future and we will witness and we will pass a bleak report that will come to the contrary, because the people of G&T and the officials within Great North Transport are not open and transparent, not just to the committee, but also to the MEC. Yet, G&T hired 71 temporary drivers without notice, withheld creditor information, and LEDET failed to challenge irregular lease agreements flagged by the Auditor General. This reflects a culture of non-accountability and maladministration, further eroding public trust. The reduction of bus procurement from 120 to 71 units only deepens financial risk. Treasury supports depends on accountability and a credible recovery plan. Honourable Speaker, this crisis mirrors broader governance failures, corruption, and ineptitude across LEDA. The Messina Makara Special Economic Zone has failed to deliver mineral beneficiation projects and faces fresh controversy and unanswered questions. A recent environmental assessment revealed that the proposed cooking coal plant, previously part of the SEZ layout, will now be developed outside of the SEZ boundary. This means it forfeits government incentives. Why? And what informs this decision? An investigations report suggests that the air pollution's impact of the Makara Messina SEZ was underestimated by 87.5%, casting serious doubt of the integrity of the EIA. And while officials claim the coal power station was abandoned in favor of renewables, Eskom is reportedly considering supplying 1,000 megawatt to the smelter, equivalent to one stage of load shedding. Where lies the truth, Honourable MEC? These developments confirms the Democratic Alliance's long-standing concerns that the MMSEZ is ill-conceived, environmentally damaging, and economically uncertain. Limpopo deserves a credible, transparent, and sustainable alternative. Of the 25,000 jobs during the financial year, LEDA committed to, only 3,500 have been created due to delays in the SEZ infrastructure development and failure to intensify SME support and financing. Industrial parks remain underutilized, while 20 DTIC-funded factories await refurbishing. Other outstanding matters include the finalization of the Section 54 application for Chakuma Packhouse, completing due diligence of Tsivasa Tea Estate, and concluding the broiler grower contracts with Montana. Honourable Speaker, Limpopo's economy cannot grow without effective oversight, sound infrastructure, a real economic strategy. G&T's questionable rescue and the failing state of LEDET and LEDA's much vaunted flagship MMSEZ are not isolated issues. They form part of a systematic failure that undermined job creation and investor confidence. LEDA has failed and continues to fail. Apart from RISIMA, Housing, Finance, and the Limpopo Gambling Board, the entities and the LEDA, including LEDA itself, are abject to failures. Limpopo's economy cannot grow without effective oversight, sound infrastructure, and clear strategy. We must confront the systematic failures that undermine job creation and this investor confidence. It is time to change. It is time for accountability and transparency. As the Democratic Alliance, we remain committed to fighting for a sustainable, prosperous Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smali. We shall now call upon the chairperson, because Honorable Kgothatso Mokgwane is not in the house, the chairperson of the committee, Mme Mokaba.
And a sa apara uniform for that matter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Madume go lena gape ka moka. Former President Thabo Mbeki once observed that, I quote, development is not about building a roads. It is not buildings and roads. It is about people's, it is about people, their dreams, their aspiration, and their dignity, close quote. I listened to the contribution in this debate, and as I reflect on the extensive oversight work conducted by our committee throughout the year, I'm struck by how often we have lost sight of the people behind the statistics, the families behind the financial statements, the communities behind the compliance report. Today, as I stand before this house, I carry with me not just the weight of this voluminous report, but the burden of the stories they conceal. Stories of pensioners sleeping outside the Premier's office, fighting for pensions that were promised but never paid. Stories of fighting for, stories of entrepreneurs whose businesses collapses because promised loans never materialized. Stories of investors who committed billions based on infrastructure that was never built. Honorable Deputy Speaker, before I address the broader issues in this report, I must speak about a matter that weighed heavily on my conscience and should trouble the conscience of every member of this House. The plight of former Great North Transport employees who are owed their pensions. I'm dismayed, I'm ashamed, and I'm angry that the 2025 pensioners, many of them elderly, some of them sick, all of them desperate, are reduced to sleeping outside the Premier's office, fighting for money they earned, fighting for pensions they were promised, fighting for the dignity that should be theirs by right. Oliver Tambo taught us that freedom is not merely the absence of oppression, but the presence of justice. Close quote. What justice is there when workers who gave their productive years to public service are forced to beg for their own money? What freedom is there when pensioners must camp outside government offices like applicants rather than being served as citizens with their rights? The forensic report by BDO and GNT pensioners lays bare a system failure of catastrophic proportions. Former employees and their beneficiaries are owed pensions money, but the entity has been unable to determine the exact amount of, even identify all those affected. Actual professionals have been brought in, investigations are ongoing, but while bureaucracy grinds slowly, people suffer. I want to be absolutely clear, Honorable Speaker, this is unacceptable. It is intolerant. It is a stain on our government's reputation, an indictment on our glorious movement, and a betrayal of our funding values. President Ramaphosa has repeatedly emphasized that, I quote, we must put people first, we must serve the people, close quote. But how are we saving these pensioners? How are we putting them first when they sleep on cold pavement while we sleep in warm beds? How are we honoring their service when we make them fight for what is rightfully theirs? I implore the Honorable MEC Matibe, I implore the Honorable Premier, I implore the entire Executive Council, treat this matter with the agency it deserves. These pensioners do not have the luxury of time. They do not have the privilege of waiting for another financial year, another report, another investigation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, former President of the ANC Oliver Regional Tambo, who reminded us that a nation that does not take care of its own children has no future and deserves none. Close quote. These words were not merely a moral plea, they were a call to responsibility. They compel us as the heads of of a democratic revolution to ensure that the institution of a provincial government serve the people, uplift communities, and give meanings to the promise of freedom. This debate on the performance of the LEDET and its entities, particularly the Limpopo Economic Development Agency, which is LEDA, offer us not only a chance to reflect, but a recalibrate, but to calibrate. We do so as members of the African National Congress, a movement whose moral authority has always rested on its ability to be self-critical, disciplined, and honest about its success and its shortcoming. The ANC's 2024 manifesto reaffirmed that a capable, ethical, and developmental state is the foundation upon which a better life for all is built. It is on that foundation that LEDA was created to address market failure, to stimulate inclusive industrialization, and to advance the objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. LEDA was not designed to be just another administrative agency. It was meant to be the engine room for provincial economic transformation, a lever through which we could democratize ownership, promote enterprises, and create sustainable livelihood. Honorable members, while the agency continue to demonstrate a measure of institutional capacity with improvement in internal control and governance effectiveness reaching 95%, we must confront a difficult truth. LEDA in its current structure, it is not financially sustainable. This is not a statement of criticism alone. It is a statement of fact. Too many of its subsidiaries depend on the parent entity for financial support while contributing insufficient revenue to ensure their own long-term sustainability. Honorable member, when the ANC-led government established LEDA, the policy objectives was clear: to create a catalytic instrument that will bridge the gap between government's developmental vision and market realities. It was a de-risk investment in strategic sector such as mining, agro-processing, tourism, and SMME development. Yet over the years, the proliferation of subsidiaries, many of which operate without clear profitability models, has diluted the original mission. Instead of enabling the market, LEDA now sustain entities that cannot sustain themselves. In the 2024-2025 financial year, LEDA achieved 5 unqualified audit opinion across the group of companies, but this fell short of the targets of 8. The LEDA agency and corridor mining resources receive unqualified audit opinion, while New Era Life obtain a disclaimer. This audit outcome, Honorable Speaker, are more than technical classifications. They are a reflection of how accountability, internal control, and strategic coherence are being undermined to operational levels. In response, LEDA has developed a clean audit administration strategy, this is a commendable step. This is a commendable step. However, strategy without cultural change, without discipline execution, will remain a document on a shelf. The question we must ask ourselves collectively is whether LEDA's government framework is still fit for purpose. Are its subsidiaries aligned with provincial industrial priorities? Do their boards operate with the requisite skills independence, and oversight capacity? And crucially, are we still using LEDA to transform the economy or merely to maintain it? Honorable Speaker, President Nelson Mandela once reminded us that, open quote, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. Close quote. That is where we stand with LEDA. Today is the foot of new hills of reform. The entity's impressive property portfolio with 85.5% occupancy of total gross lettable areas, surpassing the 80% targets is proof of progress. Yet the committee was correct in raising the question, if occupancy is increasing, why is revenue not sufficient to refurbish industrial park? The answer, honorable members, lies in the structural imbalance between leaders' rental income and its expenditure. Maintenance costs are escalating while lease agreements often fail to reflect market values. If this pattern continues, the agency will remain caught between operational performance and fiscal fragility. It is therefore vital that LEDA embark on a comprehensive leasing and assets optimization strategy, one that maximizes returns without compromising developmental objectives. LEDA's mission must not be reduced to property management. It must serve as platform for industrial renewal, particular in our rural and peri-urban areas. The refurbishment of industrial park should not be viewed merely as cost, but as an investment into SMMEs, developmental, local employment, and the township economy. Every square meter lease should represent a job created, a product manufactured, and a family's hope restored. The subsidiary continues to embody one of the most human-centered expression of leaders' mandate. Access to dignified housing, finance for the people of Limpopo. In the 2024-2025 financial year, RISIMA disbursed over 101.3 million in home loans, surpassing its targets of 91 million. It assisted 3.985 beneficiaries, but short of its plan of 4.027, with the shortfall largely due to applicants not meeting the National Credit Act requirements. Honorable member, this is not a failure, it is an opportunity for policy innovation. By linking its incremental products to first home finance, RISIMA is not only expanding its reach, but aligning itself with national efforts to democratize home ownership. That is a commendable step. It reflects the ANC's long-standing commitment as expressed in the Freedom Charter that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. These are not abstract ideas. They are the living pillar of human dignity. Honorable members, RISIMA's profitability achieving 44 million against a target of 37 million, and a return on investment of 20% against 6% targets shows that developmental finance can indeed be sustainable when guided by the sound management and responsive products design. This is the balance we must strike across all leader subsidiaries. Development with discipline, compassion with competence, and transformation with accountability. But we must also be honest, Honorable Speaker, even within RISIMA access. There is a deeper challenges access. There's a deeper challenges in access. The very families who most need finance often cannot meet credit requirements. It is therefore imperative that LEDA and provincial treasury explore a guarantee or blended finance mechanism that can support low-income applicants without undermining financial transformative innovation. One that speak on the ANC's 2019 manifesto, call for inclusive growth that leave no one behind. Honorable Speaker, let me just, because my minutes are gone, let me just go straight to to conclusion. Honorable Speaker, I don't even know where I am now. Just 2 minutes, because I can't go through everything. It's a lot for our entities. Our minutes are just too little. Yeah, no. In the 2024-2025 financial year, LEDA achieved 5 unqualified audit opinion across. Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. It's just that we are dealing with a lot of entities and the minutes are just too little. Maybe in future, if you can double, because we have 4 entities that we cannot manage to cover everything. But with that, thank you very much. I'll give the
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let's just make sure that we are dealing with summarize the matters that are of importance for debate. To assist us. Now we are proceeding, Chair. Yes.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise and move to adopt the 2025-2026 first quarter report of LEDET to be adopted as the report of this August House.
Thank you very much, Chair. Second, Honorable Dr. Silane.
Ke a o leboga mo speakera wa rena deputy speaker itse sebaka se ke supporte mme Mokaba ka ge a se tša boletše gore o swanetše go consideriwe but also adoptiwe yona first quarter report ya di entity ka moka. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Silane. Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to move for the 2025-2026 first quarter report of LEDA to be adopted as the report of this August House.
Thank you very much. I call on the second, Memnisi, Honorable Memnisi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the move for the consideration and adoption of the first quarter report for LEDA. Thank you.
Thank you once more. I rise to move for the 2025-2026 first quarter report of LTA to be adopted as the report of this August House. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maringa.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I rise to second the move for consideration and adoption of the first quarter report of LTA. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I rise to move for the 2025-2026 first quarter report of LGB to be adopted as the report of this August House. I so move.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. I move for the secondment of the report as presented by Honorable Mokaba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Metle. We shall now go to the debates. I shall now call upon Honorable Dr. Boni David Selane.
E re go leboge deputy speaker. Ke leboge le honorable speaker le Honorable Premier, ke a tseba ka moka na ga bona ba gona. The Honorable, the Chief Whip and the Deputy, the Honorable Chair of Chairs and the Deputy, Mlamza. Honorable MEC for Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, all members of this majestic house, leaders of the opposition, allow me to take this opportunity to greet you in the name of our Lord, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Honorable Speaker, we do not have much time because, as already alluded by the chair, our own Mayor Mapula Mokaba, matters of economic development are too many that we can debate today and finish. But we'll try to pick and debate where we can so that we don't consume much time. But before I proceed, I will then go straight and be specific to the MEC for Economic Development, my learned friend, who is a school genius, Tatana Matibe Baldwin Chiterek. Tatana, though we are going to debate, but I want to be specific on what should be done, especially on those entities that already our colleague, they spoke about. I think it's high time that, despite the fact that we are going to read here, but you need to crush or disrupt the status quo, particularly in those entities. Because the problems of economic stagnation and corruption arises from those particular entities. But, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is an honor to rise before this august and majestic house to participate in this important debate on the consideration and adoption of the first quarter performance report for the 2025-26 financial year for the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism and its entities, the Limpopo Economic Development Agency, the Limpopo Tourism Agency, and the Limpopo Gambling Board. Of course, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this debate comes at a critical juncture when the province continues to face persistent socio-economic challenge of unemployment, poverty, inequalities, and sluggish economic growth. Yet, it is also a moment filled with opportunity as the provincial government, under the leadership of Premier Dr. Popira Matuwa, intensifies efforts to industrialize the province in order to create jobs and empower our community. Honorable Speaker, as we scrutinize this report today, we must ask ourselves a fundamental question: whether are we fulfilling the sacred trust bestowed upon us by the people of Limpopo? Are our economic development entities truly creating a better life for all our people? Or are we merely administering poverty with sophisticated report and glossy presentation? Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow or we cannot afford to become comfortable with the process while neglecting progress. The purpose of governance, Honorable Speaker, is not to produce documents but to produce change. Each report tabled before this august house must reflect not only compliance with target but genuine impact on the ground, on whether jobs were created, whether the livelihood of our people have been improved. Honorable Speaker, the first phase of the South African struggle brought us a political freedom which became meaningless because our people continued to be marginalized on economic activity. These structural patterns and its designs continue to place our people on a distant dream. The daily reality of unemployment, inequality, and underdevelopment continue to weigh heavily on the shoulders of our people. Honorable Speaker, that's why LEDET, LEDA, LTA, and the LGB are not just a bureaucratic entities, but instruments for transformation. They are the levers through which our political power must be translated into economic justice. These entities carry the mandate to industrialize our province, to support local entrepreneurs, to promote tourism as a driver for economic growth, and to ensure that the gaming industry operates with fairness and transparency. Honorable Speaker, our responsibility is not only to account on expenditures, but to ensure that every rand spent brings us closer to the economic liberation envisioned by our forebearers. We must refuse to normalize underperformance, reject complacency, and recommit ourselves to the radical economic transformation. We must treat, Honorable Speaker, underspending as a political crime. Those who underspend must be rejected and be dealt with harshly because our people need services, not mediocrity. Friends like this arrangement must be isolated in the best interest of our people. Honorable Speaker, let me also address the performance of the Department of Economic Development. The ANC has already commended the work that has been done by the department in achieving the clean audit outcome for the 2024-25 financial year, a remarkable improvement from unqualified audit opinion findings received in the previous years. This is not just a small achievement. In an era where financial mismanagement has unfortunately become more common than accountability in the public sector, the department must be applauded in demonstrating this fiscal discipline and administrative integrity. Honorable Baldwin Matibe Chiterek, you have done well. Honorable Speaker, according to the report before us, the department has spent over 1.7 billion, representing 98% of the allocated budget, and achieved 88% of its annual performance target. These are impressive statistics, of course. Despite this development, the department generated over 390 million in revenue collection, exceeding its target of more than 356 million. This over-allocation is attributed largely to increased participation in gambling activities and fine collected under Section 27G of the National Environment Management Act. The challenge before us, Honorable Speaker, is not merely about spending. It is about the impact we are making on service delivery. The people of Limpopo do not measure performance by percentages, but by whether jobs have been created, as I've already alluded. Let this clean audit, Honorable MEC, not be the end of the story, but the beginning of a new era where clean governance is matched by clean water, clean air, and clean economic opportunity for all our people. The Limpopo Economic Development Agency leader, Honorable Speaker, has set for itself a noble and ambitious target to become self-sustainable. However, as we evaluate its performance, over time, the picture before us becomes increasingly troubling. For the 5th consecutive years, from 2021 up until today, 2025, LEDA has received a qualified audit opinion. This is not just another line in the Auditor General's report. It is a damning indictment on institutional capacity, on institutional
and governance failure within the entity that was created to drive Limpopo economic transformation. The basis for this qualified opinion, Honorable Speaker, is particularly revealing. One of the leader subsidiaries, the New Era Life Insurance Company Limited, has failed, Honorable Speaker, Honorable MEC, on 3 consecutive years to produce audited financial statement in the time for consolidation. As a result, the Auditor General was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence for revenue amounting to more than 102 million and operating expense at more than over 1 billion at New Era Life. Similarly, the same applies with the GNT, which is another subsidiary which the Auditor General could not verify operating expenses of over 1 billion due to the poor state of accounting records. These findings, of course, expose a deep-seated problem of financial mismanagement, weak internal control, and the absence of accountability across the leader subsidiary. That is why I said even before that the MEC is the time for you to punch and to crush the status quo in those subsidiaries. Because people, they do as they wish, as if that a leader or a subsidiaries, they are being run like Casey and Jojo, where we see our fathers toiling every day, they need money, where they see people not being paid their money. Of course, during the year under review, LEDA Group is receiving a grant amounting to more than 496 million, while generating 567 million on its revenue. On paper, Honorable MEC, the group, it means it has made a profit of more than 267 million, but without government grant, LEDA would have been operating on a loss if we are not careful about that. This reality, Honorable MEC, it raises uncomfortable, but of course at the same time, the necessary question, that after more than a decade of its existence, following 2011 amalgamation of the self-sustainability, is still a realistic policy objective of LEDA. This is a fundamental question that we must from time to time ask ourselves since the amalgamation in 2011. We are now in 2025. 14 years later, despite billions of investment and continuous support, LEDA remains dependent on government subsidies, disturbed by the chronic underperformance of entities like GNT and New Era Life. But given these persistent patterns, we are not setting the agency and its executive up for inevitable failure by clinching to an unrealistic target. But the performance of LEDA and its subsidiaries reveals that an organization is in distress and there is a need, Honorable MEC, for an urgent intervention. What is needed now, as I've already indicated, Honorable MEC, is the bold restructuring. Employ young, capable people who will transform that particular agency. Because people are sitting in their laurels on a comfortable zone, earning the big salaries, but doing nothing. We must punch harder until they retreat. We stand here today, Honorable MEC, confronted by a matter that strikes the very same GNT at the heart of governance. A disturbing trend where criminal, I know you are hungry, Honorable Makam, but let me finish because I'm addressing fundamental issues of economy in the province. Yes. A disturbing trend where criminal cases are opened, yet no arrests are effected, cases are reported, yet no actions followed, but millions are lost, yet no one is held responsible. This is not a merely procedural failure, but a moral and institutional collapse when departments and their entities report cases of fraud, theft, and corruption, whether through the Auditor General finding, whether internal control or whistleblowers. There is an expectation from the law enforcement agency to act swiftly and decisively. Yet, what we see, Honorable MEC, instead, is a deafening silence. Dockets, especially gathered dust, investigation are dragged on endlessly. Alleged perpetrators continue to earn their salary, even receive promotions, while the public, whose money has been stolen, receive nothing but an excuses. This culture of impunity, emboldened by corruption, and erode the public faith, it is very, very, very dangerous. Let us be clear. When money is lost from the public purse, Honorable MEC, when the department and entities lose millions, fraud or mismanagement or on criminal record, that is not just a financial issue. It is a crime against the people of Limpopo. It is a crime against every learner who study under the tree. Every patient who's waiting for an hour in an overcrowded clinic, and every unemployed youth still searching for hope. If no arrest follows, if no one is held accountable, then we are telling our people that no, crime in government pays and justice only for the powerless. Section 195 of the Constitution calls for the public administration that is accountable, transparent, and responsive. President Ramaphosa, also Honorable MEC, told us that those who steal from the people must face the full might of the law. But words alone cannot be restore trust. We must handcuff, if no headline or prosecution, then it's a problem. Those who are corrupt, Honorable MEC, you must make it a point, they must know that we as the portfolio committee, we are with the suffering, struggles and pains with the people of Limpopo. That is the statement. Those whom you have seen them in those entities that are corrupt, you must tell them and they must know we are with the pains, the struggles, and the sufferings of the people of Limpopo. It cannot be correct, Honorable MEC, that every audit cycle we read about irregular expenditure, unauthorized spending, and losses due to fraud, yet no one is spending a single night behind the bars. If the law enforcement agency failed to act, then this legislature must summon them, must question them, must remind them that the constitutional duty is not optional. As we conclude, when cases are opened and no arrest is made, when evidence exists but is ignored, we must treat that failure itself as a misconduct and obstruction of justice. Those who are corrupt, deal with them. We have got our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Honorable Slan. Honorable members, as much as our issues are many, some of the things we're repeating them and we're wasting this time. And the truth must be told as it is. Can we at least go straight to the point and stop repeating things so that you don't go beyond your time? Because this committee really is going beyond their time. And can we, no, on clarity, Honorable Levo. No, there's no clarity. No, I'm addressing honorable members. Yes, I'm addressing honorable members. I've never said anything like that. Don't say things that I didn't say. Thank you very much. Can we then now call upon Honorable Velile Jack?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Speaker, and protocol observed. Speaker, I think it is my duty.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on Rule 92, whereby I am empowered by the rules that way I don't get clarity from a member in his debate, I can ask that he explains something. Can I do that, Honorable Speaker? Or I'm anticipating that he'll say something. So can I be granted? Okay.
Honorable Verile, please start your debate.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't blame Honorable Bongani. When one member was complaining about these chairs of how uncomfortable are they, that member was crushed up to no destiny. And I heard Honorable Nkonyana gossiping there that really these chairs are uncomfortable. No, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought I should take it upon myself to protect you. There's no way, Honorable Speaker, you can have two English names. You must choose one, please, and replace the other one with a local one. I thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm partially covered by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, who is our chairperson in the committee, who is leading by example, who is really on the side of the masses of Limpopo in terms of service delivery. I wouldn't dwell much on my report because it will be a repetition of many things that were raised here. We can't be seated here discussing about Fita Homo SEZ and SEZ wire. We just need to practicalize everything that needs to be done in those SEZ to assist them. And we are well led under the leadership of Honorable Mkaba. And Honorable Chet Selane represented me very well. And I must say, Honorable MEC, I followed you too much in your deployments as a cadre of the ANC. From your executive mayorship in Vembe, you are one person who was caring in terms of servicing those who were in need. I remember I gave you a list of my unemployed soldiers. When I woke up in the next week, they were all employed by yourself. You have never disappointed in your deployments, and of which some of the people that are being doubted, they can learn a lot from your leadership skills. I'm just requesting leadership. I know you are looking at the matter. Let's sort out the matter of the GNT people on humanitarian grounds. Let's put aside the propaganda which is spread around and look after those people. At least they must go home and sleep, sleeping very well, knowing that they are going to be repaid their money. That's how I know I'm your beneficiary also. It's a bit I've never benefited from Honorable Makam. So I'm not going to stand here and waste a lot of time. The previous speakers, they've represented me very well. And I think even my party will be happy because they were spot on. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Velile. Honorable Jack Smalley, Jacobus Smalley Frederick.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think we must give credit where credit is due. And I do think that the LEDET committee is functioning optimally, and that the debates are healthy, and the recommendations to the department is of a nature that gives credibility to how a turnaround strategy plan must take place. Honourable MEC, as various members stood up on this platform, it's important to make sure that those recommendations actually find resolution within the department. It's when those resolutions do not find expression, it vipes up the emotions within the members, and I think that is what we are trying to avoid. But if we are looking just at the first quarter where we are and leave the previous years around, leave that behind, it is commendable that the department is achieving between 88% of 100 to 100% of its various KPIs, and that that as LEDET, it would seem that the HOD and its team is doing what it's supposed to be doing. But when we are doing a further look into LEDA as the shareholding company of various subsidiaries, we then question the ability by LEDA's performance in that space, and how they are functioning, where they are only meeting 50% of their key performing indicators. Makara Messina Special Economic Zone, and very hard questions when we're looking in the budget process where we are, where we have highlighted money towards the Special Economic Zone. And one must then consider, wouldn't it be better to channel some of those human resources? I'm looking at the board, I'm looking at the HR, the operational size of the MMSEZ, and looking at what is happening at the FTSEIZ, and saying, has the time not come that we rechannel some of that time, the effort, and the resources into a space where we maybe can stand here in a year's time and saying, we have got an SEZ that is working, we have got an SEZ that is bringing investment towards the province, and we have got an SEZ that is starting to create job opportunities. The Enterprise and Financial Development Division's performance is also concerning. The division planned to distribute 1.5 million rand of its business loans and only did 858 million rand. And it speaks to the real capacity in that division and the need to strengthen that, but also to support SMEs. And looking at the red tape, how we are going to reduce that red tape, and what are we going to do about it. I don't want to speak a lot about G&T again on this debate, but Chair Salani spoke eloquently on what accountability is and where we need to stand up. Honourable MEC, if you are not going to take and hold people accountable for their failure and for their inability to be transparent in their reporting, the onus is going to be on your head to then step aside and hold people accountable. That is where we're going to hold you accountable. And we need to start doing the right thing, and we cannot proceed with lease agreements when the AG said the lease agreements are irregular. We cannot continue to do the wrong thing when everybody around us knowing something is rotten and we need to start fixing it. And it's maybe the time that a good, strong statement from your side, your office, to say, these are the factors, this is what we're doing, this is how we're holding people accountable. And we're looking forward to that debate within the committee. In conclusion, Honourable MEC, I urge LEDET's department to continue in its commendable work to address the challenges and that we find ourselves in Limpopo, to prioritize the implementation of key projects and programs that will drive economic growth, create jobs, and improve the lives of our people. I thank you.
Very much, Honorable Jacobus Smali. Honorable Mukhwana, she's not in the house. We shall now call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mema Pulamkava.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise to debate the first quarter performance report of LEDET, LEDA, LTA, and the Limpopo Gambling Board. This debate represents the culmination of the diligent and collective work undertaken by honorable members from all political parties represented in this House through the Portfolio Committee's oversight processes. Allow me to begin by grounding this debate in the political mandate that guides our work as its deployee. The ANC's 2024 election manifesto makes a clear and ambiguous commitment to our people. We will build an inclusive economy that creates jobs, drive industrialization, and ensure that the benefits of economic growth are shared by all South Africans. We will support small businesses, attract investment, promote manufacturing, develop our tourism sector, and ensure that previously marginalized groups, including women, youth, and persons living with disability, participate fully in economic opportunities. Economic transformation is not just about growth, it is about ensuring that growth translates into jobs, into reduced inequality, and into improved living conditions for all our people. This is the mandate we carry, this is the promise we have made, and this is the standard against which the performance of the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism and its entities must be measured. The report we debate today are not merely technical documents about budget expenditure and performance indicators. They are accountability instruments that show whether we are keeping our promises, whether we are delivering on our mandate, and whether we are building the inclusive economy of our people, economy our people needs to deserve. Standing before you at this moment, the Portfolio Committee on LEDET has conducted its oversight with rigor, but also with fairness. We have been critical where criticism was warranted, but we have also been generous in on our commendation where excellence has been demonstrated. We have asked difficult questions because the people of Limpopo deserve answers. We have demanded accountability because public resources belong to the people and must be used in their interest. As member of the Portfolio Committee, and representative in this legislature, we have been granted the wider vision, the constitutional mandate to see beyond day-to-day operations and to assess whether government programs are truly transforming lives and building the economy we need. Honorable Speaker, before I delve into the substance of today's debates, permit me to reflect briefly on the constitutional foundation of our work. Section 114, subsection 2, subsection A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa read together with Rule 81, subsection 1, subsection B of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Legislature of Limpopo Province, mandates this portfolio committee to exercise oversight over the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism. This is not merely a procedural requirement, it is a fundamental pillar of our democratic system. The Public Finance Management Act reinforces this constitutional duty, creating a framework of accountability that ensures public resources are managed with transparency, efficiency, and integrity. Public money is not government money. It is the people's money. Every rent that is spent must be spent in the public interest, must deliver value for money, and must contribute to the development of our country and the improvement of people's lives. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the overall picture that emerges from the first quarter performance is one mixed result. There are areas of excellence and deserves celebration, areas of adequate performance that require consolidation, and areas of underperformance that demand urgent intervention and corrective action. Let me address each entity systematically, drawing on the insight gained through our engagement with the department and the entities. While statistics and percentages are necessary for oversight, we must never lose sight of the human dimension behind these numbers. Allow me to paint a slightly different picture from the one presented, a picture of the real people affected by the performance we are reviewing. Consider the young entrepreneur in Vembe district who has a viable business plan, who has identified a market opportunity, who needs just 50,000 to purchase equipment and create 3 jobs. This entrepreneur approaches LEDA for support, fill out applications, wait for months, only to be told that the division is undercapacitated and cannot process the loan. The shortfall of 858,000 against the 1.5 million disbursement targets represents dozens of such entrepreneurs whose dreams are deferred, whose businesses remain small, whose potential employees remain unemployed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, one of the more troubling dimensions of the work of the committee, and one I wish to emphasize differently from earlier speakers' analysis, is what I call the paradox of plenty. LEDET has been allocated 1.866 billion to the department, 102.064 million to the Limpopo Tourism Agency, and substantial resources to LEDA and its subsidiaries. The ANC has given mandate to the department and the department has developed plans. Government has formulated policies, yet we struggle to translate these resources into the result our people need. Honorable members, the sustainability challenges facing the entities strike at the heart of whether these entities can fulfill their developmental mandates while operating on sound financial and operational foundation. Great North Transport situation is particularly alarming. Beyond the statistics of passengers not transported lies a deeper crisis of governance sustainability. New Era Life Insurance faces its own existential crisis with the withdrawal of its operating licenses. An insurance company that cannot operate is not just a failed business, it is a broken promise to a policyholder who trusted their financial security to this entity. The legal processes to restore the licenses must be pursued vigorously, but we must also ask, how did we allow an entity to reach this point? What governance failure occurred? Who is accountable? Limpopo Connection slow progress in onboarding on investment partner for broadband rollout delays our promises, our province digital transformation at a time when digital connectivity is essential for economic participation, for education,
for access to services. Every month of delay is another month that rural communities remain digitally isolated, that businesses cannot compete effectively, that students cannot access online learning. Honorable MEC, the only necessary conditions for the collapse of public entities is for oversight bodies to see a warning sign and do nothing. We see the warning sign in GNT, in new era, in the implementation delays at our special economic, I mean, uh, in new era, in the implementation delays at our special economic zones. We cannot do we cannot do nothing. Honorable members, I wish to situate the issue of procurement within the broader context of economic transformation, the unfinished businesses of our democratic revolution, the ANC manifesto commitment to ensuring that previously marginalized groups, including women, youth, and persons living with disability, participate fully in economic opportunities, is not a bureaucratic task to be reported on quarterly. It is a moral imperative, a constitutional obligation, and a test of whether our economic transformation is real or rhetorical. The persistent failure across the department and all entities to meet procurement targets for disability-owned enterprises is not just underperformance. It is systemic exclusion. When departments achieve only 0.02% against a 1% target, when LEDA achieved 0% against a 7% target, when explanations are repeated without solution being implemented, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. We are complicit in the continued economic marginalization of persons with disability. The explanation, lack of criteria, a lack of criteria, limited registration on database, concern about jeopardizing disability grants reveal something deeper than administrative challenges. They reveal a failure of creative problem solving, a failure to prioritizing what should be non-negotiable. Similarly, the underperformance in supporting youth-owned enterprises strike at our demographic time bomb of youth unemployment. LEDA supported only 9 youth enterprises against a target of 15. But beyond this number lies a deeper question. Are we truly committed to youth economic empowerment, or do we merely speak about it while our system continues to fail young entrepreneurs? The ANC manifesto recognizes the young people are not just the future. The ANC manifesto recognizes that young people are not just the future, they are the present. They are today's entrepreneurs, today's innovation, today's job creators. When our system fails them, we are not just missing targets, we are betraying our own future. Honorable members, Limpopo is richly endowed with minerals, platinum, chrome, coal, diamonds, copper, and copper. We have fertile agricultural land. We have a strategic location on transport corridor to Zimbabwe and beyond. Yet, we remain largely an exporter of raw material with value addition and job creation happening elsewhere. The special economic zone at Messina Makado and Fitaho Mutubazi represent our strategic response to these challenges. Our boldest attempts to move from a resources extraction economy to a value-adding industrial economy. But strategy without implementation is just aspiration. When infrastructure projects at this SEZ are delayed, when roads and stormwater projects experience scope challenges, when bulk water and sewer projects await approval from WISA, when electricity infrastructure depend on ESCOM's capacity, we are not just experiencing project delays, we are watching our industrialization vision slip further into the future while other provinces and other countries capture the opportunities we should be seizing. The failure to operationalize the Leboa Kgomo Abattoir and Mashashane hatchery similarly represent lost opportunity for agro-processing in industrialization. Agriculture is not just about farming, it is about value chain. When we cannot process our livestock, when we cannot hedge and raise chickens commercially, we export raw agricultural products that could create jobs and add value locally. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee commends the department processing 100% of applications within time frame and administrative achievement, the inspection of 1.723 out of 1.800 liquor businesses revealed continuing challenges in enforcement. But liquor regulations is not merely about licenses and inspection. It is about the social fabric of our communities. Limpopo has assets that other provinces envy. The Kruger National Park, ancient ecological sites like Mapungube, beautiful mountain landscape in the Blowbag and Waterberg ranges, cultural tourism opportunities, natural hot spring, diverse wildlife and diverse wildlife. We have the raw material of a thriving tourism industry. What we lack is the infrastructure that translate potential into actual tourist arrivals, stays and spending and job creation. The committee's oversight visit to state-owned resort and nature reserve revealed deteriorating facilities and inadequate maintenance, delayed upgrades. When tourists arrive at our resort and find poor accommodation, when they visit nature reserve with inadequate roads and facilities, they live with negative impression that they share widely in the age of social media and online reviews. Every disappointment tourist is a marketing disaster that undermine years of promotional efforts. The Limpopo Tourism Agency's marketing campaigns, including Tourism Thursday, create visibility and brand awareness, but marketing creates expectations that infrastructure must fulfill. There is nothing more damaging than marketing that brings tourists to facilities that disappoint them. The comprehensive infrastructure improvement plan that we have recommended must address not just a physical structure, but the entire visitor experience from the moment tourists arrive until they depart. This includes accommodation, quality, restaurants, standard, activity of offerings, safety and security, cleanliness, signage, and accessibility, and all elements that contribute to tourist satisfaction. Honorable Speaker, the fourth industrial revolution characterized by artificial intelligence, automation, digital platform, and rapid technological change is transforming the nature of work globally. Jobs that existed a decade ago are disappearing. New jobs requiring new skills are emerging. In this context, skill development is not a secondary support function. It is central to whether our people can participate in the economy of tomorrow. The training provided by LEDA at the Luamando Training Center and through various skill programs is valuable, but we must ask critical question. Are we training people for the job that exists or the job that will exist or will exist? Are we providing digital skills that enable participation in the online economy? Are we teaching entrepreneurship and innovation or just technical skills? Are we helping people to adopt to change or preparing them for a static economy that no longer exists? Moreover, skills development must be aligned with our industrial strategy. If we are...
I have 4 minutes now. Yeah, you can continue, just conclude. Thank you.
be aligned with our industrial strategy. If we are building special economic zone focus on mineral beneficiation, are we training metallurgists, industrial engineers, process controllers? If we are developing tourism, are we training hospitality managers, tour guides, chef, conservation managers? If we are if we are promoting agro processing, are we training food technologists, quality controller, supply chain managers? The 2.977 beneficiaries trained represent a significant reach, but we need systematic reporting on what skills were they trained in? Are these skills aligned with labor market demand? What percentage fund employment or started business after training? What is the quality and relevant of training provided? This question determines whether skill development is truly transformative or just actively without impact, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Memapula Mkaba, Raleboa. We'll now call upon the MEC, Honorable Matibeshtareke Baldwin, to respond on the debates.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The MEC for Social Development is saying, hey, I must not take time. I sympathize with her because it shows that LEDET needs just a day for it to be debated in this House without any other portfolio committee. I have noted the issues that were raised by members. I'll just respond on one, which is critical, GNT. As I was coming here, I was telling the MEC for Treasury that, hey, you can see I need a lot of money to deal with the issues of GNT, more especially the pensions for our former employees. We have, even in the previous, in the 6th administration, have BDO, and they have implemented it. I have also implemented it. When we found that BDO only addressed pensions from 2010 to 2017, we had to then appoint actuaries so that they look at the pensions of these GNT employees from 1999 to 2010. That is the challenge that we're facing. And we, Chairperson, we sympathize with those pensioners that are sitting there in the Premier's office. The reason why we appointed actuaries is to ensure that they can be able to reconstruct the pensions for those pensioners. Otherwise, if you don't have actuaries, because information is just in bits and pieces, and we call upon those who can be able to speak to them. We have issued a notice out that all those pensioners who are there, they must go and give all their information that is required there by GNT. If I'm done and we reconstruct the pension so that we are able to see whether we have underpaid them or overpaid or whatever, and be able to assist them. We are still implementing the BDO forensic report, which I said we are left with 162 employees that have not yet come to the fore. But we must reconstruct the pension funds for those pensioners from 1999 when they were merged, the Gazankulu Transport as well as Libua Transport, when they were merged, so that we have correct figures, and that can only be done by actuaries. That is the work that we are doing. And we really, really sympathize with them. The work of a revolutionary is to love the people that we are leading. And we know, we love those people that are there, the pensioners, because we are revolutionaries and we must support them. And we are doing everything in our power to ensure that we support them. The challenge that we have is that those who are there by the Premier's office, they are not willing to give us information. If they were giving us information, I was running to the MEC treasurer that now I have got the amount that I need to pay those pensioners, and we pay them out. And he can't budget for them because you can't budget for contingent liability. You need correct figure so that the EXCO can be able to determine and the legislation. But otherwise, on the other issues, we have noted them. We'll work together. It was debate about LEDA. The work of other entities is better. We must just work on LEDA and ensure that it gives services to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I shall now call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, actually the acting chairperson for today, Honorable Nenguda. Yeah. It's from the chief whip. The chief whip is in the house, so yours, the chief whip is not in the house, Lebo.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to present the reports as listed. Nditomenga u lumelisa mulangadzulo la butano lashu la usimamilayo la vundu lashu la Limpopo, muhulisei vodokotela umakoma mkulupezi na chanda chavo gangeyo nta khulunonini. Ndilumelise vurangaphanḓa hoṱhe ha khoro dzine dza wanala fhano kha butano lashu. Madam Speaker, I'm here to move for the consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. The first one being the 2023-2024 annual report for the Department of Social Development. So I move, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Switch off. Thank you very much. I now call upon the seconder, Honorable Mohale Christina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the presentation of the report as made by the acting chairperson.
Thank you very much from the WIPARI chair.
Thank you once more, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to move for the adoption and consideration of the 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Social Development. So I move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I must now call upon the seconder, Honorable Nkonyane from the WIPARI.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I second the move as proposed by the Honorable Acting Chair, Bonenguda.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you once more. Our last report is the 2025-2026 first quarter report of the Department of Social Development. So I move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I shall now call upon the seconder. You may take your seat, Chair. I think we're going to the... Honorable Mutaka.
Na khensa ku nyikiwa nkarhi lowu ni yimela ku seketela leswi boxiweke hi mukhomi wa mutshami wa xitulu vona tatana Nanguda na khensa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mdaka. We shall now go straight to the debates. I shall now call upon Honorable Dr. Malevana Chweni. William, disagree.
Very much, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and allow me to stand on the protocol that already being observed and acknowledged, and I will go through the contribution, safe to greet all people of Limpopo that the MEC of Social Development loves so much. Honorable Deputy Speaker, may I start by making my contribution with regard to gender-based violence and femicide, which is a problem that is root cause cut across. Madam Deputy Speaker, the scourge of gender-based violence remains a pressing concern in our society. Recent incidents such as the brutal murder of Nineo Pilusa and the tragic events involving Pitsi Malepe underscores the need for urgent action. As the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, we condemn all forms of abuse against women and children. We must address the root cause of the GBV and F, including a patriarchal form, legacy of apartheid and colonialism, economic inequality, and poverty. Deputy Speaker, the former Deputy President of South Africa, D.T. Mabuza, is advising us on how we should deal with matters of gender-based violence. As I open quote, as society, we must fight the scourge of GBV with the same vigor we fought the oppressive system of apartheid, close quote. We call for economic empowerment, social protection, and challenging of the patriarchal norms to combat GBV. We emphasize that addressing GBV and F requires a fundamental transformation of the country's socio-economic structure, prioritizing the needs and the rights of women and the marginalized community. Madam Deputy Speaker, we would like to convey our deepest gratitude to the MEC and a team for ensuring that the victims of gender-based violence and femicide are well taken care of. In the first quarter of the 2025-2026, 29 victims of the GBV were assessed and were given shelter. With regard to older persons and people with disabilities, in the first quarter, 13,588 elderly people assessed and community-based care and support services. And while 516 older persons assessed residential care facilities. We urge families to consider residential facilities if they struggle to provide adequate care. Additionally, we recommend accrediting skills training provided by people with disability centers to empower people living with disabilities. Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, our province is making an inroad with regard to this program. As we interact with other provinces, including on the older persons national games, our province has become a role model with regard to how to take care of the older persons. We can only say to the department and all other people who are concerned to emphasize on the participation, because at the level of the games, we think that the emphasis is on competition. The emphasis should be on participation of all older persons. We are pleased to report that in the first quarter, 30,355 beneficiaries received social and behavioral change program, exceeding the quarter one target of 22,000. This initiative promotes an inclusive community and empowers individuals to cope with the status and live healthy lives. The community-based prevention and early intervention programs play a crucial role in shaping the lives of young people. This initiative educates children and youth about the dangers of crime and substance abuse, equipping them with the knowledge and resilience to make informed choices. And in the hindsight, it deals with the social fabric that is related to the whole of our life, but it's also deal with the family, which if we are not going to address, we'll have a problem as a society, because a family is the first organization that is known to be very functional. And we have challenges with regard to that. The department's poverty reduction programs, including food security programs, as well as the participating of the EPWP, help alleviate poverty and create temporary work opportunities. What exactly am I saying? I'm saying the department, if I were to use the 2024 and 2025 annual report, as well as the 2023-2024, except what you know of about the dispute that the department have with the Auditor General about the assets that were done outside of the department knowledge. What I'm saying is that the assessment of the Limpopo Department of Social Development 2024-2025, including the first quarter and the 2023-2024 financial year, reveals a department that has made significant strides in fulfilling its constitutional mandate to provide social assistance, protect vulnerable population, as outlined in Section 27 and 28 of the Constitution. The return to an unqualified audit opinion marks a notable recovery from the 2023-2024 qualified opinion, as I have just reflected, reflecting improved financial reporting and adherence to the Public Finance Management Act and modified cash standard. This achievement, coupled with the high expenditure rates, averaging 97.7 across programs, underscores a commitment to efficient resource utilization and service delivery, particularly in the demand-driven areas such as social relief, HIV/AIDS support, and community empowerment. In other words, the department have achieved all its targets. And we are not doubting with regard to the year that is coming, as the portfolio committee will be part of it. However, the department faces persistent challenges that temper this progress. As part of a developmental stage that, in simple terms, that we are leading programs that have challenges that are changing at all times, have chronic challenges such as 46 vacancy rate in the year under review, inadequate IT infrastructure, and budgetary constraint, and continue to hinder optimal performance, particularly in attracting skilled professionals and maintaining operational capacity at district levels. The Auditor General identification of material misstatement in performance reporting for Program 2 and 3 highlights gaps in internal control and evidence-based reporting, necessitating urgent action to ensure accuracy and accountability. Moreover, underspending of about 48894 million and underperformance in specific targets suggest opportunities for better planning and resource allocations. Program performance demonstrate the resilience with overachievement in key areas like crime prevention, child protection, and poverty alleviation, largely driven by robust partnerships with stakeholders such as SASSA, SAPS, and NPOs. These collaborations have amplified the department's reach, aligning with its vision of an integrated, sustainable, and caring society. Nevertheless, challenges such as family unreadiness for reunification and limited procurement from disability-owned companies indicate areas where the strategic adjustments and enhanced forecasting are required in the current year. Portfolio Committee oversight questions and recommendations will provide a roadmap to redress or address systematic weakness, strengthen governance, and maximize the impact of public resources by prioritizing recruitment, improving IT system, and formalizing partnership. The department can build on its strengths and mitigate risk. The 2025-2026 financial year offers a pivotal opportunity to translate these efforts into tangible outcomes for Limpopo's most vulnerable population, ensuring alignment with the national priorities and the National Development Plan, continuing vigilance and collaborations between the department and committee will be essential to sustain this momentous and to achieve long-term transformation. In conclusion, the social development is a collective mission that requires compassion and commitment. As the ANC commit to social transformation, we must work together to build a society where every individual has an opportunity to thrive. And let us remember the ANC 2024 national and provincial elections commitment to prioritize social development and work towards a better life for all South Africans. I want to take this opportunity to wish the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee well, as all of us, we have seen that today is not here. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Malevana. Disagree. We shall now, Honorable Marx is not in the house. We shall now go straight to, I didn't see a letter for replacement, Honorables.
Honourable Speaker, I can refer you to the emails that were sent to your office and well as the Secretary with regards to Honourable Marx no attendance here, apology for today's meeting, plus myself standing in for him and the acknowledgement thereof. I can refer to you that email. And that was done yesterday. That was done yesterday and acknowledged, Chair. It was sent by our Chief of Staff, Carla van Rensburg, to the office.
Chief Whip, the whipper from DA, can you confirm that?
Oh, Chair, it's quite difficult because apparently the email was sent to your office, so it will be difficult for me to confirm.
You can just give us, show us the email, then we can proceed. Because I would not want to, Secretary. Where you have sent. You were going to tell us where you have sent, who you have given to. Now, the honor. No. Also, I am a programming chairperson. So it goes to the chief whip or programming chairperson, because that is where we deal with the speakers list. Thank you. Ungwala tja gago, a ngwale apology. Okay, there we go. Can the desk secretariat desk confirm it, please, there, so that he can go, and we don't want to. Okay. I know my email address, and also the email address of the Secretary of Legislature. I know it. All I need is the time. Okay. Honorable Smiley, please proceed. You can't talk about that. It's not about that. It's about following the rules and confirming if indeed there was that, and we have confirmed that. Let's have the decorum of the House, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise addressing a pressing issue that affects millions of South Africans' social welfare. As we gather here, over 25 million people in the country rely on social grants for survival, accounting for approximately 40.1% of our population. Limpopo accounts for 2.7 million beneficiaries, which equates to nearly to 50% of its population, and therefore it's not considered as being employed. The latest General Household Survey reveals a stark reality. Grants have become the second most important source of income for our households, surpassing salaries in some of our poorest provinces, including the Eastern Cape, Free State, and Limpopo. This is a clear indication that our economic growth is not translating into job creation and improved living standards for many. As we support the incredible and value role of NGOs are playing to support the most vulnerable, it is concerning that, Honourable MEC, the department was unable to answer or did not want to answer the question regarding the payment and the support of 19,982 non-compliant NPOs in Limpopo. Why is it that we lack oversight and fail to get the basics right of good, responsible government? If you say you are conducting reconciliation processes each quarter, we would be able to report on those who transgressed. As the province continued to confront the crisis of gender-based violence with increasing focus on a number of victims of GBV, it is important that the department continue to resource and increase capacity in terms of victim empowerment programs and ensure that there is sufficient support and shelter for victims, along with awareness programs that encourage them to report the perpetrators and that it becomes the norm in our societies. In the same breath, the department plays a significant role in assisting and addressing, with regards to HIV and AIDS, programs that focus on social and behavioral change towards HIV and AIDS and other social ills needs to be widespread, and this, along with the social workers offered to beneficiaries, will go a long way to assist improve the conditions of our communities. We have to be honest with ourselves. Limpopo program managers and coordinators either are stretched, lack the skills, or simply their role as a tick box exercise. Some of the chronic challenges remain. The delay in filling funded vacant posts as per the recruitment plan, inadequate budgets for implementations of skills programs, difficulty of attracting social service professionals, inability to absorb graduates due to budgetary constraints. Information technology remains a huge challenge. Offices accommodates, office accommodation remains a great challenge. Inadequate budget for tools of trade. Internal control deficiencies have been identified, and the AG has reported material misstatements in the report performance informed for Program 2, Social Welfare Services, and Program 3, Children and Families. Nearly 3 million beneficiaries receive support, including 2 million children and 500,000 older persons. However, despite these efforts, poverty and inequality persist, with 53.8% of our population living below the upper bound poverty line. The National Development Plan that we require 55,000 social professionals by 2030 to meet the growing demand for social services. The question remains, will Limpopo add value to the ongoing demand, or will it continue to lack in its oversight role? As we strive to harness the demographic dividend and advance human capital development, we must invest in our youth. Comprehensive social security systems established a robust social security system providing a basic income grant, increased investment in social services, prioritized recruitment and retention of social services professionals, youth empowerment, invest in programs promoting youth employment, education and skills development, addressing inequality, addressing root causes of inequality, including unequal access of education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. I urge this House to join me in calling for a comprehensive and inclusive approach to social development. We owe it to ourselves, our children, and the future generations to ensure that every South African and Limpopian has access to a dignified and a prosperous life. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Esmali. I shall now call upon Honorable Mahulo.
Greetings, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to MECs available in the House, members of the House, members of the opposition parties, and our guests in the gallery. I will be repeating what other members of the Portfolio Committee have said. I will just try to touch those that I feel must be emphasized. Honorable Speaker, the EFF notes the improvement from qualified audit opinion in 2023-2024 to unqualified audit opinion in 2024-2025. The EFF is worried that with the matters of emphasis noted by the Auditor General, there is still a problem of reliable information or the misstatements. We call on the department to correct this anomaly in order to achieve the clean audit. The most notable thing in this department is that it is not able to absorb all the graduates who completed their studies starting from 2013 academic year due to budgetary constraints. Now, when we take into consideration the unspending amount by the department of the 48 million in the year 2024, 2025, that becomes concerning. The majority of these graduates are the beneficiaries of the very same bursary scheme of the department, which was meant to increase capacity in terms of the workforce. Honorable Deputy Speaker, information technology remains a huge challenge in the department, particularly with regard to vacancy rate in the ICT and inadequate provisioning of connectivity. Nothing seems to be working in this regard. The office accommodation remains a great challenge in the department, particularly at district and sub-district level. This is because of the infrastructure backlog in the department, which they do not seem to have appetite to resolve. The EFF is also concerned about the inadequate budget provision for tools of trade in a form of computer equipment, internet connectivity, office furniture, and the transportation, once again at the district, for the district and the sub-district level. With regard to the first quarter report of 2025-2026, the EFF note that the department is far behind regarding the planned performance and urges the department to make sure that we do not, at the end of the financial year, end up with the underspent amounts. I thank you.
Very much, Honorable Mahulo. I shall now call upon the Chair, Honorable Nenguda, to come and close the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. To our Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Chief Whip and members of the WIPARI, chairpersons of portfolio committees, members of the Executive Council in attendance, honorable members, as well as our distinguished guests up there in the gallery. There is a powerful saying that says, you cannot lead those you do not love. True leadership is rooted in compassion and commitment to the well-being of others. The Department of Social Development may often be perceived as a small department, but it is one of the most important departments of government. It serves as the front line of care for the most vulnerable members of our society, children, the elderly, persons with disabilities, survivors of abuse, and those living in poverty. Mahatma Gandhi, the leader of Satyagraha, that is the passive resistance group, once said, I quote, "There are people in the world so hungry that God cannot appear to them except in the form of bread. God comes to the hungry in the form of food." Hence the importance of this Department of Social Development. The department does not only administer programs, but also carries the moral weight of the nation's conscience. Its work demands not only administrative efficiency, but also emotional intelligence and sensitivity. To lead in the Department of Social Development, social is to to embrace the pain and hopes of others and to translate that empathy into policy, protection, and progress. It is time we elevate its status, resource it adequately, and recognize that the strength of a nation is measured not by its wealth, but by how it treats its most vulnerable. On administration, we are happy to note that women now make 54% of the senior management positions in our province. This is a positive testament to our efforts to dismantle inadequately and to challenge patriarchy. The appointment of women as the new head of the Department of Social Development further reinforces our commitment to inclusive leadership. This shows that we are moving decisively in the right direction, where competence and representation go hand in hand. This progress reflects good transformation in governance, one that values diversity, empowers women, and ensures that leadership mirrors the society it serves. When women lead, especially in strategic administrative roles, they bring perspectives that are often overlooked. The department has met its initial target of employing people with disabilities, with 2% of the employees comprising of people living with disabilities. We commend the Department of Social Development through UMEC Borazirani for its efforts in ensuring that people living with disability are represented in the department. This approach ensures that people living with disabilities are not overlooked and have a place within the department. On financial services, in the first quarter, the department paid 99.82% of valid invoices within 30 days, falling just short of its target of 100%. Out of 1,628 invoices, only 1,625 were paid. The only 3 were delayed due to incorrect receipt date capture. We would like to encourage the department to improve its data accuracy to ensure that no mistakes are made. Service providers rely on these funds to support their families, so fast and effective payments are encouraged. As previously mentioned, the Department of Social Development is committed to promoting the inclusion of historically marginalized groups. This includes the youth, women, persons living with disabilities, and military veterans. Through targeted programs and policies, the department always strives to ensure that these previously marginalized groups are not only acknowledged, but actively supported in accessing opportunities and resources. Madam Speaker, the department aimed to allocate 30% of the procurement budget to youth-owned businesses, but it failed and achieved 16.81% due to fewer companies of the youth registered in the common departmental commodities utilized in the quarter. The African National Congress has been emphasizing the importance of youth involvement in shaping South Africa's future. Our icon, Nelson Mandela, once said, "A country, a movement, a people that does not value its youth does not deserve its future." The statement was further commented by the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, who further encouraged young people to be job creators, not just job seekers, and to liberate themselves from poverty and unemployment. Madam Speaker, we indeed live in great times to witness the great achievements of women. The target for procurement spent on women was 40%. The target was greatly surpassed to 61.33%. This is because most companies were registered on the central supplier database. The procurement of military veterans was set at 5% target, but it is very disheartening that the initial outcome was 0%, while procurement spent on persons living with disabilities was only 0.2%. We plead with the MEC and the department to host programs that will be aimed at encouraging the youth, persons living with disabilities, and military veterans to register their companies in relevant databases. The department has seen a decline in the family participation preservation services, with fewer families engaging than anticipated. This has continued from 2023-2024 into 2025-2026 first quarter, with some families not responding positively to sessions. The rise in children placed in foster care is alarming. It emphasizes the challenges faced by parents to provide suitable care. We appreciate the department's first response in ensuring that the children are safe. Children go through a lot of the hands of their parents and guardians. As the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, we advise the department to hold awareness programs that educate children about abuse, not forgetting to motivate community members to report any type of child abuse. Madam Speaker, on substance abuse remains a serious challenge, not only in Limpopo but across South Africa. Many youth people have fallen victim to addiction, losing their potential and futures to the grip of drugs and alcohol. In many cases, substance dependency drives individuals to commit crimes such as theft, simply to feed their cravings. As I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, we commend the Department of Social Development for its unwavering support in addressing this crisis. Through its rehabilitation centers, the department continues to offer vital assistance to those battling addiction, providing them with the opportunity to recover. Honorable Speaker, the committee has considered and supported the Department of Social Development 2023-2024, 2024-2025 annual report, and 2025-2026 first quarter report. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, I move that these reports be adopted. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ndiaribuwa, ndawendo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nenguda. I shall now call upon the MEC for Social Development, MEC Furupero Florence Radzirani, to come and respond on the debates.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupecha, honorable members of this august house, and our distinguished guests at the public gallery, good afternoon to all of you. Let me start by appreciating the debate by honorable members in this august house, especially when it comes to the performance of the Department of Social Development, and also areas where the department is still to work very hard to up the performance. I want to indicate in this august house that our department has made significant strides across numerous performance areas, demonstrating that we are capable of turning setbacks into opportunities to growth. Honorable members here, they were also talking about the department failing to recruit or absorb social workers who were given support by the same department. I want to indicate to this House that we have reduced our overall high vacancy rate, which previously hampered our service delivery as the department. We once reported in this House that the vacancy rate was standing at 48%, but today we can proudly indicate that we managed to move with speed as the department, and we are now having the HOD and other senior managers of the department where women occupy 57%, a clear demonstration of our resolve to empower women as the department. We continue to fill funded vacant positions in order to eventually have full staff complement. It is true that based on budgetary constraints, we are unable to fill all the positions as per the organizational structure. But we appreciate that the provincial treasury and the office of the premier, together with the entire executive, has managed to approve 151 posts for this financial year, which we are in the process of filling all of them. I want to come to the issue raised by Honorable Smali in relation to the department failing to account, especially when it comes to the 19 NPOs funded by the department while they were not in compliance of the legislations. We have already responded, and we indicated that the list is coming from the national department. Out of the 19 that were listed there, there is no single one that is funded by the Department of Social Development. We'll continue to work very hard with the portfolio committee, especially when it comes to areas where we are still lacking. There are areas that are highlighted in terms of the report of the AG, which as the department, we are putting more efforts to ensure that we continue to perform, especially when it comes to the management of the finances of the department. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, number of issues raised here are known by the department, and we are working very hard to ensure that we resolve all of them. I don't want to continue to delay this sitting, Honorable Deputy Speaker, particularly because you can check that now the time it's already to 4, and we started at 10 o'clock. We also want to indicate that at social development, since we started with the 7th administration, we have been scheduled number last from time to time. We are not sure about the criteria that the programming committee is utilizing. So we hope next time that criteria will be reviewed so that we are afforded opportunity to also account to the people of Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My apologies for that. There is not really any criteria for this. We just put in departments as they are ready with the reports. We don't do criteria. So whenever the department is ready with the reports, we put you on the programming, on the orders paper, and then you come. It's not really about number 1 or number 2. So that is okay. But we have noted your concern, MEC. We have noted your concern. I think let's leave it there. Thank you very much. Their response to parliamentary questions. The following questions have been responded to, and the responses have been published on the ATC, and therefore they are disposed of. Question 5 and question 8 and question 27 and question 53 of 2025 for written reply, MEC Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and also question 64, question 71, question 72, question 97 of 2025 for written reply, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Announcement, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I will harp on the lexicon, the diction, and the parlance that all protocol observed. I rise, Honorable Speaker, to make the following announcement. One, that the Speaker invites all members of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature to take in the legislature to the people. That is scheduled to take place from the 10th to the 13th of November 2025 at Pitanchabeling Sports Ground, Makuru Tamaga Local Municipality, Sikukune District. Two, that the Office of the Speaker received information that there would be investment conference that is scheduled to take place from the 30th to the 31st at the ranch. And to that extent, the Speaker, of course, in consultation with the key role players, will communicate whether or not there will be a sitting on the 30th. So communication to that extent will be able to be done. Three, that lunch is served at committee boardroom. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The House is adjourned until Thursday, the 30th October 2025 at 10 a.m.